Warning: this stream is for entertainment purposes. The opinions expressed by the participants might be exaggerated for comedic effect. Harsh language can be used. Thought-provoking or controversial topics may be discussed.
Hello and good evening.
Hello.
How you doing, Shauner?
Good.
Good?
How did
So we all
you
like,
do your warnings title screen? How did you get it to jitter like that?
oh, it's some effect in my video software editing thing. I decided to put some more work in there. I wasn't quite satisfied. Yeah, the last one I did was made quite in a rush. So you said, you know what, I'm gonna take half an hour to redo it properly, right? So
Yeah.
put some effects, some glitchy effect and stuff like that.
I need to learn how to do the glitchy cyberpunk effect.
Yeah, I use what's it called, Shotcut. Yeah, Shotcut, because I'm a Linux guy. So I don't have. So I guess I could use was a big one, Avid. No, DaVinci.
Yeah, that's a big
DaVinci.
one. I
Yeah.
use Vegas.
Yeah, because those big one, like, you can do a lot, but oftentimes it's just like too much. So
Yeah.
it's not really worth the effort. Yeah. So yeah, we are in noir mode tonight for no apparent reason. It is what it is.
I should come in at 4:3 instead of widescreen.
Or no, the other way around. Super cinematic. Like Lawrence of Arabia.
70
Just like just a little sliver.
72:25 or something.
If we do that, we could all put like all our camera on top of each other, right? Full width of the screen, just a quarter.
Do you have one of those screens? The
No,
21 by whatever it is.
No, I prefer having two screen than having a super wide screen, to be honest. Like, for me, like, having two screen give me like a thematic distinction from like some works there, some works, and I also like have like window tiling manager for my screen, so
Yeah.
they're split in half.
Sometimes I wish I had two screens instead of this big old 43-inch thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's where I'm at as well, right? Just like I can focus, like, like, okay, I'm gonna play something in a video there, and I'm gonna do my work there, or like whatever. I'm gonna have like my note there. I'm gonna have like my code editor or whatever I'm doing there. So hello, Squat Bench Deadlift. Hello, Dare to Wonder, and Doodle Squatch. Fetch more salt. What's for the salt for?
We're gonna be salty?
I don't think we are.
We never are. Bland. We're bland.
Yeah. Well, we're just trying to figure stuff out here. And Kitty say your two screen are fun to admire. Yeah.
Yeah.
He likes to.
Cats like black and white.
Yeah. Well, they don't see much red at all, so their color is quite more muted.
But when I had two monitors, I'd have my camera in between them.
Oh yeah.
On my my old channel, my old YouTube channel, the camera was always pointed at my face, like right in front of me.
Yeah, my camera is like on a arm now, and it's actually like much closer than the monitor. Like the screen are pretty far. Like I like having my screen far away. But yeah. So Crispy was supposed to join us, but he's having some delay. So we'll see. Maybe he's gonna. Hopefully, he's gonna be able to jump on soon. But we'll see, right? Sometime things happen. Computer. There's always something that change.
Hey, I have a question. Since my camera's not doing color, would my dice still be in color?
Oh, my would be, yeah.
Because I didn't fiddle with this in StreamYard. StreamYard thinks this is color.
Yeah, and mine would be, and even if I go with if I put an image, the image would still be in color, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There you go. So why did we go in black and white? There's no reason. It'll die still.
I'm just copying you, is all.
Yes, I was just fucking around, and then say, you know what? Let's do that in a. Let's try to be classy for once.
It's not about us. It's about the subject.
Yeah. And also, yeah, and you know what? It's a nice contrast with the picture in the background, right?
I could just do this.
Oh,
the color hurts my eyes.
Don't show their face. People that don't show their face on stream.
That's what I looked like when Jeffro was doing his blogs and his GURPS back in the day. He still uses his same picture, though. When he uses it.
Yeah.
I think he only had one photograph ever taken.
So, I wanted to talk about wilderness traversal and survival, right?
Are you saying wilderness?
Wilderness.
That's better.
Wild. Yeah, wilderness.
Wilderness, it sounds better, though, because it's wild.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild, but I guess, like, you know, those little, like, eccentricity of English, which... I'm French, so I'm not in a place to speak about that. You want to talk about eccentric language. But yeah, okay, wilderness, sorry. But yeah, the wild, going into the wild.
Yeah.
Because we talked a lot about, like I was stating, you know, we talked a lot about, like, you know, social encounter, and we talk about mystery and investigation, and we haven't talked about combat. And those are things that I think in our game we can see we somewhat mastered. I find, like, you know, like, we're not perfect, but we're doing pretty well, I find, in general, right? We go into a room, there's this guy there, we can interact with furniture, co-create and stuff like that. But wilderness and survival, I think those are like, how can you make that interesting, and how can you role play that without just going, like, rolling on random table or doing the hex crawl, or like, is there something more to do than that?
The hex crawl sounds horrible.
You know, like, that's something we need to talk about, right? Because that's oftentimes what people default to, right?
I like hex crawls.
Like, random encounter table.
If it's a board game, I don't mind hex crawls.
Mm-hmm.
You move your guy into a hex, and then you figure out what's in the forest. Your fate or your chest of opportunity. Yeah, I like the maps. I'll admit, I like hex maps. They have their purpose. They have their place in life.
Yeah.
But to then play on the map, though?
Yeah.
I like looking at the maps, but playing on the map?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just want to know, is it forest? Is it swamp? Is it bog beast territory? Is it ocean? Is it a stream?
Yeah.
Arid, desert, barren, you know, Arctic? Because each hex has its own little thing.
Its own biome.
If you're lucky, it's not literally each hex is something different, but maybe half of the hex is icy and the other half is the ocean or something. Otherwise, your map looks very hexy if the hex is filled solid with a different color.
Well, yeah, you have to blend it a bit, right?
Yeah, you want blending. You want 2 or 3 types of landscape in a hex, depending on the resolution of the hex. Is it 1,000 kilometers across? Is it 10,000 kilometers across? Or is it, just 100 meters across?
But it's like, we talk about a lot about staying in character, right? That's kind of like our thing, right?
Well, to survive, can your character survive? That's the first thing I come up with is what is my character? What does my character know how to survive? He's he's from New York. He's lived in skyscrapers his entire life.
Yeah.
Now he's naked and afraid somewhere.
In a suburb. Can he survive?
Can he survive across across Saks, not Saks Fifth Avenue, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Can he survive in Central Park for 5 minutes without a
Yeah.
cell phone?
But what I was about to say with about the map, right? Like I want player to remain in character, right? I want player to see the world through the eyes of the character. I'm always afraid when I bring something like a map. First, we fix the world, so now like we have, okay, this is the state of the world, and this is something that's fixed. Which, okay, it's fair, right? It's not such a big deal. But then, do you have like player? They're looking at the world from up above, right? Bird
Yeah.
eyes view. Does that take them out of, like, if their character have a map and it's the map that the character have they can look at, maybe you can reconcile that a bit. But if you're like, you're just shipwrecked on an island, you don't know where you are. Here's the map. Is there a disconnect
You
there?
are here. Well, the only time I say you in a game is when I say you are here.
Yeah.
But they don't oftentimes know where they're at. So I don't get to say that very often in the game.
Yeah, no, you say that at the beginning of the session when you recap,
Yeah.
or if you just did a time skip, or maybe like if there was a shipwreck, then that would be like a good opportunity to say like, well, you wake up on a beach, right? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've been transported while you were like unconscious and stuff like that. So that's a fair moment to use you.
Or you fell off a cruise ship in the middle of the night, and all you know is there's you, and then the ship moving away from you.
Yeah.
But you don't see any islands or land or anything. It's just water.
Mm-hmm.
Because the scope is right there near the ship.
Yeah. Sean, have you ever been in the Boy Scout? The defunct Boy Scout?
I was in Boy Scouts for like 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't remember much of it.
But you spent some time in the woods and stuff like that, right? You in the wilderness.
Yeah,
in the wild.
we had this really cool book. It showed how to make canoes out of tree trunks and stuff.
Yeah, dug out canoes. It's a lot of work.
The book makes it look easy. Oh, do this and then this and then this. Okay.
Yeah, it's not difficult. It's just long and a lot of work.
You need an axe for sure. If without an axe, you can't really do it though.
Yeah, a Mazda.
An adze.
Yeah.
Who has one of those?
I used to have one, but I didn't move it when I moved. But I used to live in the wood doing all that kind of shit.
That was like one of the first cutting tools ever.
Yeah, it's useful.
The Greeks, before the Greeks, they had those things.
Yeah, it's fit for purpose. But when you're in the woods, right, or in wilderness, especially in the woods, you don't fucking know what's like 10 meters in front of you. You have no idea. If you've never been there, you tell me like, we're in this 6
mex. You talking about the bushes and the trees are so clumped together you can't see through them.
Yeah.
And then you're in it too. You parachuted into it also, so it's like, yeah. Get a good look before you hit the ground.
This whole thing, like, oh, now we're in this forest X that is 6 miles wide, but we're gonna move across there and be in the plain. That's not how it works.
No.
You walk in the woods.
No. The sun's
moving.
Woods
all over you. Yeah, and just moving in a straight line in the woods can be difficult if you're not used to it, right?
Yeah.
But then at some point you walk in the wood, you walk, and at some point, bam, you're in a plane and you say like, oh fuck, that came out of nowhere. I didn't see that coming, right? Unless like you purposefully say, well, I'm gonna take my time, I'm gonna climb into that tree. That's a lot of work.
Well, let's say you climb a tree and you look across the trees, but you're so high up, you can't really see the edge. You can't. It's like, I'm going to get up real high on a cliff and look at the edge of the earth. Yeah, good luck. And on a day when the sky and the ocean are the same color, how do you know where the edge of the earth is?
Yeah.
Like, what's your horizon?
No, there's a good reason why people get lost in the woods, right? There was this story about this woman been lost in the wood for like 2 or 3 weeks, and the whole time she was within like 3 miles of civilization. But she, but
It's
you
like a
know,
Twilight Zone.
yeah, but she kept like going around and around, right? Just like, and she did survive, and but it's funny too because in the after picture she looked much better. She had lost a lot of weight.
So what was she wearing?
Oh, she was wearing like outdoors like clothing, like because she was, she just randomly ended up in the woods, right? She was going to do a hike and stuff like that. She got lost, and then she started like turning in circle. But
What color would you wear if you want someone to find you? What color would you prefer to wear?
if I just
On the
need to take off my shirt, and then I'm so fucking white. I'm bright white.
Blinding. Wait, the hell?
Yeah.
The hell is that? Put on our sunglasses and look.
Is that a man? So bright. Yeah.
No, you could get burned and be a lobster man.
Oh yeah, that's very
Not
easy
as
for
bright.
me. Yeah, that's something that I want to talk about later on, like all those difficulty of being in the wild. That, how do we account for all those, right? But that's one thing I like. Before we go into that, that's one thing I want to talk about. Like people get lost in the wood because it's very hard. Like a tree looks like a tree at some point, right? And it's very hard to figure out where you've been, where you're going, especially if you're like used to it. It's something you can learn how to do like fairly quick, right? Just like
Yeah.
okay, learn to
If
mark
if the shadows change during the day, I don't know what landmarks I've gone past already, or I don't recognize that I've gone past the tree or the rock already.
That's a very good point. Like when the light changed in the woods, the scene changed a lot. You can be in
And
the
if it's
same spot you've been a
overcast,
few moments. Yeah.
if there's no shadows, it's just overcast, I have no idea what direction I'm going.
Yeah. Well, you need to look at the moss on the trees, but
if the sun is setting, I know exactly what direction I'm facing.
yeah.
Have an idea of what time it is.
Yeah. You know how to tell how many hours you have left of daylight? You do with the finger. You put the finger between the horizon and the sun.
I don't remember that stuff.
Yeah. You put forefinger. It
what is
kind
it?
of
The
works
sun,
depending where you are.
the sun moves. Like if you hold a nickel, the sun moves 1 nickel
every hour.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah. I don't know this one. Yeah. But so for me, like this thing about the X crawl, like unless you specifically say your character got this map, and in a lot of setting that doesn't work. If you're in a modern setting or sci-fi setting and stuff like that, okay, that's fair, right? People would have access to maps, satellite data, GPS and stuff like that. When you go to medieval setting, people didn't have maps like we do now.
And if you looked at their maps, they were messed up.
Yes, they were more like symbolic.
Yeah, they try to fit everything on one page.
Yeah, yeah.
So
and something more important
Australia's all crunched up in the corner somewhere. But they get the coastline right. They just don't get anything else right inland, far inland.
And also even oftentimes they didn't even have real map. It was like itinerary, right? So it was more like a flow chart. Yeah. So you can use it to travel, but you go from Leicester to this other village, right? Just like, and then you're gonna reach your destination. Oh, you want to go to this place, to that place? Okay, this is the landmark you have to follow, right? And at this cross,
the first thing I look for is Italy. If I can find Italy on the map, then I can connect the dots to where everything else is. Because they'll have the cities and they have the trade routes marked on the cities. So, but they're not very good for direction.
Yeah.
Like north by northwest. It's like, oh, it's just adjacent. The countries are adjacent to each other. That's it. They're not like pixel wise, resolution wise, they're not exactly located where they should be. They're just neighboring, like in Risk. You play Risk, the countries are kind of just next to each other.
Yeah. Risk is New Zealand on Risk? I think it is, right? Maybe not.
There's Australia, New Guinea, New Zealand, maybe.
New Zealand is so often left out of maps.
There's like four territories that make up Australia. So probably.
Yeah. But yeah, so this is a consideration. This whole map thing, right? Do you have like can you have like a diegetic map, right? A map that exists in the setting. And that's not gonna be a fucking X-scroll map.
Well, I'll use, I don't know if you like artifacts, but I'll use a map as an artifact just for the players to hold in their hand and look at.
Yeah.
But it might not be a useful map. It's just something I'd pass out at the table in a table game.
What I don't like about artifacts is that they fix things, right? Like if I made a map, now this is a map, right? I cannot change it on the fly to suit what I want to do or where a player go and stuff like that. And not only that, but also if you give an artifact to player, they're gonna think it's important. And now, like, oh, okay, now the GM planned something around that and say, you know what? I don't know. I just want you. I want you to leave, right?
That's why I call them artifacts, because they're not important. They're just props.
Mm-hmm.
Like a prop, like a gun. Hand out a gun to all the players. Here's a gun. Here's some bullets.
Here's a gun. You have a map, and you have like this old key.
You open the drawer and you found this gun. The gun is just a prop. It's not really part. It's not a part of the plan.
Yeah.
But usually I use pictures of things. Picture of this well-dressed man or whatever waiting for the trolley or the carpenter. Little pictures. This is when I'm at a table. People do this in a way still at tables. Each person brings a laptop to the game, and they get on the store's Wi-Fi, and they share each other's screens to show players what the jewel looks like that they're looking for.
Yeah,
that's an artifact right there.
Yeah. I think it's the last one. Oh my!
But usually,
like
I'll show pictures of an NPC that they need to find or encounter or whatever, because she probably has clues or she's got a quest for them to do. But I've never had players like hold on to the portrait of this woman saying, "Oh, I must find her."
There's something I need at some point to build like a library of portrait that can I use randomly when I need somebody. Yeah. Just so because I don't like to plan. I like to go like with so little prep that I don't know. Maybe sometimes they make those like deck of card of like NPC portrait and stuff like that. Maybe those could be useful.
Those are useful.
Yeah.
She looks like, and then you're going through the deck. She looks like, she looks like this.
This one. Yeah. And then you put a note next to her so you can reuse it when you need it again. Yeah, but something like that for NPC could be useful.
Sometimes I go to the websites and pick NPC portraits off that.
Yeah.
They're pictures of real people. There's no name for them, though. So I'll come up with a name on the fly. People from the 20s. Black and white photos from the 20s.
Yeah. Let's go to the chat a bit before we go too far along. So, if people have comments on that, we can reply or question. Scott Benjedlip was asking about this. How strong should dark vision be if it exists? They were talking because of that, because of the black and white stuff, and oftentimes
like
like
night vision.
Yeah, well, dark vision for like elves and dwarves, they can see in the dark and stuff like that. Everybody but human in D&D, right? Yeah, what do you think about that? I don't know why elves would see in the dark. Dwarf I can see because like they live in the mines and stuff like that, so they probably like can see in the dark better.
I would just say they see in the dark, but they're still lost, just like everyone else is.
Yeah.
Unless, like behind you, it looks like you have. It looks like you're in front of some trees in the dark forest. That's what the elf would see, is just trees in the dark, but they don't know which way is which.
Yeah. What do you make it? Do you make it like black and white? No, you can see in the dark, but you cannot tell color.
Oh, that's up to the player, I suppose. Does it say in the book what the lore is? They see in the dark, but only in black and white.
Yeah, it's like infrared vision, stuff like that. Which infrared vision is not black and white. Like we just transfer it in black and white so we can see it.
I mean, are there races in these games where they're colorblind?
Probably not, because that's a flaw, and nobody can have flaw anymore.
I guess everyone has.
You can only add something. You can never like put anything negative.
Oh, you're blind? Here's some glasses.
Yeah. Oh, you're blind, but your other sense got so much more acute that it doesn't make any difference. Yeah. It's like,
do you think that's true?
Don't be blind then.
Do you think people that are blind and deaf and they can't talk are more psychic than other people?
If they're blind, deaf, and they cannot talk, they just like sit in the hospital bed and they enjoy the sun on their chest.
They tell the nurse, "Move me next to the window. I like the sun on me. It feels warm."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they have to do more code with their head.
But they don't have to tell the nurse. They just use their psionics to make the nurse do it, and the nurse just feels like doing it without being asked.
That's not what they asked the nurse to do with the psionics. So,
like some people say, you develop other senses if you don't have all of them working.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's true, right? To some extent, like it doesn't completely compensate.
But if your senses all work, then your psionics should be way better than somebody who has no other senses.
If you have psionics,
if you're perfect, if you have perfectly healthy senses, your psionic sense should be super healthy as well.
Like all your sense, like you have no sight, no hearing, you don't have any arm or leg, so you cannot really touch anything. But your sense of balance is very developed. You can always tell if you're straight up or slightly inclined.
Yeah, you've never seen yourself. You've been blind your whole life, and you can't feel anything. So you have no idea that you have legs and arms, but yet you're
and somehow you manage to
on the track. You're super fast.
Somehow you manage to develop like a communication system about like your sense of balance or your sense of what's the other sense that we often overlook?
So what's a good way for a player to sense where they're at in the wilderness and they want to know the way out? Like, what's the best direction to go? What do they should they do a skill roll? Should they just go based on what's been narrated by the GM so far about the place?
Yeah, let's come back to that in a minute, because like I want to go to some chat before we move on. And about this thing, how strong should be dark vision if it exists? I think I'm alright with it exists in some rays. I think it exists in too many rays now, and I wouldn't make it like too strong, right? If you're a dwarf, yeah, you probably can see better in the dark. You probably need maybe like a tiny bit of light. But like I like when they do like, well, if there's like very dim light, you see like normally. If it's pitch black, it's pitch black, right? What do you think?
What if they live in the ground and they come outside and they're blind because it's too bright?
That's
that
also an
possible?
interesting. That's also an interesting. It used to be like that for the dark elves and shit like that, right? They had malice in the sunlight. So I think you heard this kind of some shit like that. I don't remember, but now they took that away because like, and also like, he would have like those fucking malice to raise, but people want to play dark elves and they say, "Oh yeah, but I made myself some a scuba suit and sunglasses, super strong sunglasses, so I can go outside without any malice." And it's like, well, then you just like, that's just fucking stupid, right? That's what people would do. Like they try to they try to wiggle away of the any malice that they might get. Just embrace the malice, folks. It's fine. You can be bad at something.
Can't people role play that? I guess not.
Yeah, well, can people roleplay? Depending on a bit what you mean by dark vision is. If seeing on the infrared spectrum or is it some other form of dark perception? Yeah, like that's the thing. Like there's thing like this. Some people say, well, you just see better in low light. It's like low light vision. Some people say infrared, like a snake can basically like see heat, right? So even if there's no light at all, they can see like heat radiating from stuff, and they can draw a picture from that. Then you have echolocation, like the Daredevil.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Just play humans. Last time I did Wilderness Traversal on the Primal game, I just went with the motion, propping up an environmental challenge for each area. That could be like maybe that's the conclusion we're gonna reach. What you should do. Just like just go with the flow. Just
or you're going a certain direction. You keep going north, but each location
if you can.
has trip hazards, falling down hazards, landslides, mud. There's no Rome street. You know what I mean? There's no street going to Rome. You're making your own path, so it takes longer.
And also that's also something that is that's also a big reason why traveling in the wood people get lost, right? Traveling in the wood, unmanaged forest, is very difficult. Like there's a lot of paths that are like untraversable or very unpleasant to traverse. Right? There's a lot of brush, there's a lot of fallen tree. So now you have to go around, find a different path. So you say, you know what, I'm gonna go in a straight line. That doesn't exist, right? And then like, well, now this straight line is blocked, so I'm gonna deviate a bit from it. And there you go. You just lost yourself.
Yeah, you have to be able to see a landmark outside the forest and say, I'm gonna head that direction. Like a mountain. You need to see a hill or a mountain.
But even a mountain, right? When you have like trees in front of you, even if the mountain is much higher, you don't have an angle to see it when you're in the woods.
Yeah.
You need to be outside the forest to see like beyond the forest. When you're inside, all you can see is the forest. So that's a challenge. So what do you want to do? Like, oh, I'm gonna keep traveling north. Do you need to roll for that?
But you need to roll for things like I guess people would call it a save roll for their fatigue, endurance.
Yeah.
If they have to rest, at some point you're gonna have to rest. Find water, maybe.
Nice. Say if my character can survive in the wilderness, I'm definitely role playing. I would last about 30 seconds in the Canadian woods. It's not so easy. When people are not used to it, like people think like, oh, no, you just find some like, well, do you know what you can eat, what you can't? Do you know, just like, and it's tiring.
What if you're walking into like a bear's den?
Well, that's not the worst that can happen to you.
You don't even realize it. You have no tracking skill, so you don't know what's on the ground in front of you. It's like,
but bears.
There's a path here. I'm gonna follow it.
Yeah,
it's like this is going into a weird place here.
that's also one thing I want to talk about. Like you have like something like as the deer path and stuff like that, right? And oftentimes like you can travel in those much easier, but they take you nowhere. So it's kind of useless, and they go around in
Yeah,
circle
they
because
go
the deer just live there and they just like go around
yeah,
eating this little bit of brush there, this little bit of brush there.
yep,
Yeah,
pretty
so that's
much.
not very useful. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's you're asking about the color you want to wear if you want to be seen. You say orange, black box, orange. I suppose orange is not very natural occurring color in nature.
Hot
Orange,
pink.
yeah, you want hot pink. That's the color you want. Fuchsia. Fuchsia doesn't appear. Doesn't happen. Like I used to paint like my cart. I have a cart I would take to when I would load my tools in and go in the wood with it. Like like it was kind of like this medieval wagon, right? Like that people use. So I had one of those to go in the wood, and I would paint it like a fuchsia. And people say, "Why?" Well, because then you always see it. You always like know where it is in the wood and stuff like that. You can always spot it. Orange is basically a shade of brown, right? So as soon as they get a little dirty and stuff like that, and then when it's fall, trees becomes orange. Orange is much more common than what people realize in nature. So hot pink is the color you want. Fuchsia. Yeah.
Yeah, and Skyrim uses that color for objects that have no texture.
Well, that's what I used to do as well in the video when I was working in the video game industry. I would always put like the texture not found as fuchsia, right? People would put like neutral gray. I say no, like you have like don't do that. We have like jacket that are neutral gray. Now like he's missing the texture. You cannot tell from a quick glance. Make it like fucking fuchsia. Now you see like somebody walking around with bright full on fuchsia. You know something's wrong, right? Something's amiss because nobody does that.
Do you remember how to make orange? Is it yellow and brown mixed together?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, a
I
bit
don't know
of
if
red,
that's for paint or if that's for light, because
a bit of
RGB is different
yeah.
than paint.
Yeah, if you want to do, yeah, it's subtractive and additive color. If you want to with paint, it's basically a bit of yellow, a bit of red, and well, like you kind of put a bit of a brown, green as well, right? And you get some brown. Brown is like what you get when you when you mix all the color together. Before you get black, you get brown. That's why your shit is brown.
Or that weird purplish gray color.
Mm-hmm.
That's what clay or Play-Doh. If you mix all the Play-Doh together, you end
Oh
up
yeah,
with dark purple.
if you put too much blue. Yeah, except for ginger. There, yeah, ginger happen in nature. You know, you got foxes as well. You got animals that are orange, right? Yeah. Yeah. Landmark can be tricky. Marking tree helps. Yeah, that's something. That's something when you want to do like anchoring stuff. That's something that's good. That's good. Like, oh, I'm walking around. I'm putting some. I'm stripping some part of my shirt, putting them on the trees. Right now, you just anchored yourself in the wall.
Yeah, Hansel and Gretel do the breadcrumbs.
Yeah, but that was a stupid idea. Fucking bread.
They were on a path though. The ones I always, the versions I always read, they're both on a path.
Yeah.
You don't need breadcrumbs for a path, do you?
Well, like I said, if it's like a deer trail,
That would be
they
the
look
only
like
way to see the bread is if you're on a street.
yeah. Well, if you're on a deer trail, right, they look like path, but they're
Yeah.
not path that go anywhere.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
that's a big that's a fun time. Like how people get lost as well. Like, oh, there's a path there. Follow there. Say, it's not a human path. Deer got they got all this government structure. They made road in the woods. Yeah. All right, finding old logging road. Yeah, that you cannot mistake. Although like those disappear quite fast. It's fucking insane how fast this thing disappear in the woods. Even like building and stuff like that, right? When it's not like I used to live in the woods, right? And I had this old barn that I didn't really take care of, right? But I had to go once in a while because like fucking nature was taking over so fast. It's crazy. It takes just a few years.
Yeah, if it's not used.
Yeah.
The grass takes over, and then
yeah.
And birds, heck, every time birds go poop, they're leaving seeds somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. And then like you have bees that use it for shelter, and then big, and then they weaken the structure. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Are you
We got like a daltonic. Yeah, somebody that's colorblind.
Which one?
Xaris Games.
Which kind of colored blind?
Daltonic is you cannot see green, no? I think, no?
Both of my brothers are colorblind.
You know that color blindness is carried on the X chromosome, right?
Yeah, something about the uncle.
Well, it's about like
the grandfather.
The grandfather. If your grandfather was colorblind, it's likely that you're gonna be. If the father, your father, something like that. But it's rare. It's rare for women to be colorblind because women have 2 X chromosome.
Yeah.
That's why. Yeah. So usually, like the woman might have one of her X chromosome that they got a colorblind gene, but the other one doesn't. So she's not. But then if she passed this X chromosome to her son, then the son will be. So you always get it from your mother because your father doesn't pass you an X chromosome. Your father only passed you a Y chromosome. Unless you're a woman.
I used to know all that stuff in college when I took genetics.
Yeah. So if you want to know, there you go. That's one thing about colorblindness and genetic. Yeah. That's also like an interesting part. Some survival technique would be problematic. If the orcs are out after dark hunting you, avoiding hostile would be a big part of in the fantasy setting. That's a fairly good point because we can think about like real life survival, and we're the only sapient species, right? So we're kind of bus out there. You make a fire, it's gonna keep the beast away. Talking about keeping the beast away.
No fire in his house.
No. No, but you make a fire is gonna keep the beast away. But it wouldn't keep. But it would draw orcs and shit like that, right?
I guess. I mean, something smart, something with a high IQ is going to see the fire and say, "That's civilization.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go investigate."
I hate civilization.
Someone's on our land. Let's go kill it.
Yes. Yeah. So that's also a consideration to have.
We got some squatters in our wilderness here. Let's go get them.
Yeah. All right. I'm skipping some because I have to catch up and I want to talk about other stuff. There you go. Yeah, there you go. See, my grandmother's colorblind. That's pretty rare for women. That's super rare. There you go. Red daltonism. Forgot what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, for some it's brown and yellow look the same. Or brown and orange look the same.
Yeah.
Or they only see brown and orange. There's all kinds.
There's something I'm worried about with the LED lighting.
Why?
You know, if you have like, nowadays like more and more lights are made by LED, right? Even like light bulbs that people have in their house, and even the white one. But white LED don't emit white light. It emit like blue, red, and green light in proportion that appear to us white. But if you put it in a if you put it in a prism that decomposes light, you're gonna have gap in the color spectrum. You're not gonna have a full rainbow, right?
Okay.
So if you always looking at a screen, always in your basement, always like lighting yourself with LED light, your eyes might actually like never see actual yellow.
Oh
You
no,
always well, what's going to be the long-term effect of that? We don't know.
I don't
It's a new
know.
thing.
I mean, at Walmart they sell glasses for people that are in
Yeah.
front of their phones all the time or in front of a screen all the time.
Yeah. To cut the
I don't
blue
know.
light.
I've been in front of all kinds of computer screens my whole life.
Yeah.
I don't know. The Sony Trinitron CRT 30-inch. I guess they sent out all the RGBs, all of it. So I'm good. But my current screen, who knows what colors it's not sending me anymore. Even
Yeah.
though the colors are super bright.
No.
The yellow is super bright, the blues, the greens, the orange are super bright. But are they really orange though?
No, exactly. Like when you look at yellow and orange on the screen, when you look yellow on the screen, you don't see there's no actual yellow light that's coming to your eyes. Your eyes are just getting tricked.
So on your screen, do you set it for buff or white or cool or high temperature, yellow?
I'm trying to set it for like color accuracy and stuff like that, for color correction shit. Like those are pretty expensive monitor because of that. I used to do like color sensitive work, so I needed to have like calibrated monitor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't fuck up too much with it. I
These
don't
monitors
say
now have presets.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're using it for.
Yeah. But anyway.
I like the white. I like my white background to be a buff color.
Yeah. Yeah. A little less.
Otherwise, I'm like this all the time, staring at my screen.
Yeah.
And Wiki finally has a dark mode now.
But who goes there?
I go there to look up actors to see when they were born, if they're still alive, and what movies they're in. Yeah. Because I'm always trying to find a movie, but if I know the actor, then I know, okay, I'll find the name of the movie if I don't know the name of the movie.
Yeah. Oh, there you see. Nicolas say like people are saying that the sun used to be more yellow. That might be a cause of it now that you mention it. I'm worried about the color yellow. People's perception of color yellow in the future, in a future generation.
Well, if you can still detect canary yellow compared to regular yellow, then I guess you're good. You're still good.
Yeah. But are we going to be default back to seeing yellow as just a shade of green or some shit like that?
Just open, instead of touching grass, just open a box of crayons. Yep. The one that's got like 144 crayons in it, just open that up. It's got silver, it's got, gold.
But even if you... but that's the problem. The crayons doesn't emit light. It only reflects the light that's around. So if you open a box of crayon under LED light, there's still no yellow light coming back to you.
Okay, so my monitor, it's not just reflecting light, it's producing the light.
It's producing the light, yeah.
Ah. Yeah. I thought it was just reflecting light.
Basically, what you need to do is you need to get like some sunlight or some incandescent light of some sort, right? But
okay, if
like
you had
there might be nothing there. There's something.
If you had a choice, let's say you had a choice, you're going to live the rest of your life in a basement. Would you want to be lit by an incandescent bulb or a fluorescent bulb?
Incandescent.
Me too.
Fluorescent are fucking awful.
Yeah, fluorescent has that annoying flicker and the buzzing. When the ballast goes out, it starts to buzz.
Yeah.
And it's got UV crap coming out of it too sometimes.
So there you go. Like the Greek didn't have a word for blue. That was a Japanese. Actually, it was a lot of people, and it's a Japanese. Blue and green are pretty much the same. Blue, in language, blue is the last color that gets named.
Yeah, cultures consider blue. They'll call it something else. Yeah.
Yeah. Like you got like the color blue is mentioned once in the Quran only. In a weird context that can mean anything. People say it's blue now, but it's like the face of infidels when they meet Allah. Their face turned blue. So like, what does that fucking mean? Really? That's the only time like the blue is mentioned, right? But
What year was that?
What year was that? The Quran?
What? Yeah,
I think 400, 5th century something.
700, 600s.
No, it's 400 something. No,
I don't know.
I don't remember.
But when did blue start showing up in people's blue jeans? The 49ers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, like King Louis XIV, he wore blue? Did he have blue silk?
Oh yeah, they were big into blue.
So by the 1600s, they had blue clothes pretty much.
They had
If you
blue
could
clothes a
afford it.
long time. They had blue clothes in medieval time was pretty easy to make, but it was a kind of a light blue. But oftentimes they would just call it like a shade of green because even when the dyeing wasn't very good, it would turn out more green than blue. It was like made with piss, basically. Like it was like dye made with piss and wood. It's the ammonia and piss that take out the chemical in the wood. And anyway, in some herbs, and then you could dye your clothes blue. But it was a light blue, and it's when they got access to lapis lazuli. Is that what it's called?
I don't know.
Lapis lazuli, the blue stone.
I don't know. I'd probably just say blue stone.
But anyway, Celtic wood. Yeah, that was blue. Exactly.
Sapphire.
There you go.
Is
Celtic wood
sapphire
was
blue?
Yes, well. It wasn't with sapphire that they make the dye. We did the pigment. It was like this other like sapphire was blue, but it's a different kind of blue. But
like turquoise, sapphire, cyan.
Yeah.
Sea blue, navy blue.
Anyway, I don't know why we want to all this talk about blue now.
You know, in Star Trek, they were in a wilderness and the trees had red leaves. Do you remember that? Bright red leaves. There were white trees with red leaves. Super annoying.
What?
It was the beginning of the second movie, I think.
What movie?
Star Trek.
Oh.
Into Darkness.
I didn't see the movie.
They were escaping.
Yeah.
They grabbed a holy relic and they were escaping to get back onto the Enterprise.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go. Crispy asked, "Did I miss the traveling discussion?" No, you're free to join. We're just like we went on a tangent about color for some reason.
Get in here.
Get in here. We're still plenty to talk to.
Use your old camera that's black and white.
Yeah. That's funny that we talk about color when we're in black and white. Eh? This big tangent about color. How thing goes. Yeah. But anyway, let's go back to the. We didn't have any conclusion yet. The only conclusion we came to yet is the. What was it about the X map? The X scroll is the only thing that we. There you go. You got your Dyson color. Yeah. The only conclusion we came in is that X map takes you out of character because when you're in the wilderness and stuff like that, you don't know what's like 6 miles, 12 miles, 25, 24 miles ahead of you, right? So unless your character has in-world X map, those will take you out of the first-person view. Now it put you back in third person, like from up above, which is anathema to roleplay.
I don't like armchair commanders. I don't like generals. Strategies. I don't like that kind of stuff. Because now the players, if you have terrible players in your game, they're going to be starting to do the chess maneuvers.
Yeah. Those question conversions all over the place. Well, that's the thing with those tear off your skin. It's a hangout stream, right? And we're figuring stuff out. It's not like those are not the stream where you should come to and hope like, oh, here's how you do this, and here's what we.
Here's 5
No, like,
tips.
this is like we're asking question and we're trying to figure stuff out as we discuss, right? That's the whole fucking point. And I always hope that other people will then like take the conclusion, or maybe sometimes I do it, but like that other video are made with the conclusion like packaged neatly and stuff like that. And if you want to do it, you feel free to do it.
You want the chat to think about how they do it too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's also why when we go on tangent.
These are 5 tips.
Yeah,
End
going
of
on tangent also like give me like the time to think about what I want to talk. Right, it's very free form. It's a stream of consciousness.
Also, we didn't prep, right?
No,
we just show up.
Yeah.
But one of my main things is that a character either knows how to survive or they don't.
Yep. Well,
or they learn.
What about environment?
Can they learn just on their own with their soccer ball? Williams.
Yep. But it's also like about environment, right? Some environment are other than other.
Okay, like I'm in California, so I could probably survive in a desert.
Oh, really?
Or a national forest.
Yeah.
But if I go higher up in the snow, I have no chance of survival. Because
you see,
there's no snow.
That'd be easier for me. That'd be easier for me because I know what to do with the snow. I know how to protect myself.
I've heard
from
of
the cold.
people making caves in the snow to stay warm.
Mm-hmm.
It's warmer to be in the snow than out of the snow. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So would that be like a thing that okay, you can you know how to survive in those environments? It's not like
if I read about it before I had to do it, I would know something about it.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what you got to do. Now I have to remember what I read in a survival guide.
Yeah.
That had zombies in it, but just ignore the zombie part.
Did you ever watch those Survivor show?
No.
When they took some randos and.
I mean, the first 3 seasons I probably watched. That was like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
No, maybe 20 years ago.
But those environment they send
and they
them,
do I like the confessionals. The girl talks about the guys.
Yeah.
How she's gonna try to get one guy voted off the island.
Oh yeah, man! It's quite interesting on
making pacts, the final 4. I like those kinds of things.
You can see the gender dynamic too, like at play in that show. That's quite interesting.
And on purpose, they pick people that are mentally unhinged, because that's the ratings right there.
You want to see also the people that want to go on those reality TV show, right?
And the audience hates certain people as the show gets going, or they're sad to see someone go. The nice guy, he gets to go home. Oh, that was so sad when he left. Or the old guy, he can't hack it, so they have to send him home.
Yeah.
But do they know how to survive anything? I don't think so. There's usually this the Mr. Know-it-all guy. He says, "Here's what you have to do to catch fish."
But that's the thing. They send them like in pretty easy environment, right? Those tropical environment. This is like the natural living condition of human, right? Human being or like tropical species.
I think they have bottled water to drink still.
Oh, do they?
So they're not going to die.
Yeah, because that's the big thing too. Finding water. If you have a place to fish, fishing is an easy way to get like food, protein, right?
Yeah.
And it's efficient in the calories. You don't need to spend that much calories to get the food, right?
Yeah.
If you have a line, or if you just or if you have a net of some sort, right? You can get the food without
you don't have to
without exerting yourself too much.
No one runs while they're fishing.
No. You just sit there.
No one's doing climbing trees while they're fishing.
Yep. Yep.
There's no hiking.
But so because that's the thing, right? a big part of survival is energy preservation. Oh, can you hear that? I got cat fighting.
I heard something. Even with my AC on, I still heard something.
Oh yeah, I got a cat fight brewing up. There's a gate between them, but sometimes they put the paw between the gate and they tap at each other.
Oh.
Yeah. Cats are asshole. Yeah. But so yeah, this and when you have when you're a system like, and a lot of time like people do those X crawl right in D&D and stuff like that, right? And there's no consideration about like getting tired, right? And getting enough energy to go through your day, get enough water, right? All this thing. Like sometimes people have kind of ration and stuff like that. How much stuff you carry, how hot it is. Do you need to have system to count all that? Or do you just let the player like deal with it? Like say like, oh, you know what? I'm too tired, right? I think if you have a good player, they could just say like, wait guys, I need to fucking sit now. We've been like trekking for hours. My feet hurt. I'm thirsty. I'm drenched in sweat. I need to sit, right?
I think the players have to be realistic with their character.
Yeah. But oftentimes, like system don't enforce that, right?
Well, do the systems enforce roleplay?
No.
The ones that say they do still don't.
Yeah,
the role play is mechanized.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
especially
it's
the
like
social stuff.
You take care of the role play. You replace the role play with a few dice roll.
Yeah, you have a mechanic for combat, and then you have a mechanic for socializing.
Yeah,
and then you have a mechanic for being deterministic in what your character does next. What would my character do? Well, let's roll and find out.
Yeah. Because like if you there's one thing where you need to travel from point A to point B, right? And then you say, well, you know what? You're traveling from point A to point B. There's a road. We're gonna fucking time skip that, right? That's fair, right? That's fair. That's fine.
If you're pretty certain that it's nothing important's going to happen,
yeah,
and it's just a routine thing the characters are doing.
Yeah, you might like what I like to do sometimes. Like I like to
do
do
you have
one
to mention that they travel? Can they just start where they're traveling to instead of where they were at?
Well, sometimes it depends. It depends. Like if you play like campaign stuff like that, right? You might like you finish doing some stuff, some work in that location, or you want to go to this other location, stuff like that. For some reason, or the player decides, you know what, we should fucking go to the city, right, and try to sell this thing that we just found, right?
Yeah.
All right, now you're gonna travel, right? There's a road. Or maybe I'll need to intervene. Those cat, there's wild beasts.
In a one shot, if the players start the one shot traveling somewhere, I might make the traveling somewhere be eventful.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
because
I wouldn't bring it up. They would just start the one shot where they traveled to.
Because that's exactly the distinction I wanted to make. Like there's some time when you're just traveling from point A to point B, and in those cases, sometimes I like to have one scene in the travel, like on the road. So if there's something to happen on the road, if you want to discuss on the road, stuff like that, you can do it there. We're gonna make one scene during the trek, during the journey, and then we move on, right?
Because the world's moving. If it's a long travel, 2 or 3 days, the sun has moved. The temperatures, the weather's changed. Maybe stuff's happened. Do your cats know English or French?
Both. Mostly English, to be fair. Because like I used to have them when I was like dating a girl that didn't speak too much French, so.
Okay.
Yeah. But so yeah, so there's the situation where traveling is just something that happened, and those situations where traveling is the point of the game, and that's more what I want to talk about tonight, right? Just
or you have less gas now if you're driving a car.
Yeah.
If no one said
In
anything,
some setting, that's gonna be something that's important, right?
maybe the car runs out of gas if no one mentioned going to a gas station first.
Or checking the gas tank.
Yeah.
Or you have to drive from Philadelphia to San Francisco.
Or a tire just blows. Or the engine overheats.
Yeah.
Not so much to make the players stop and encounter a hex you wanted them to explore on the way, but it just happened.
You just happen. How do you do you just decide, or do you roll? Do you sometime one, sometime the other?
Playing GURPS, I would roll on the GURPS encounter thing. Every 8 hours, roll to see what happens. Because we were playing a board game.
Yeah.
Then in the, early 90s, I was doing Rule of Cool. I was like, oh, that sounds cool. I would just come up with something like, this might be a good idea. It'd be something cool to try and just throw it on the players out of the blue. Oh, Henry style. And a lion jumps out of the closet and kills you in your sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Then someone said, don't do Rule of Cool. That's lame. So I stopped doing it. But it has to make sense. If you're going to stop the players,
exactly.
If you're going to stop the players on their journey, you need to have a reason, or not a reason, but you need to have an idea of what happens next. You have to be able to describe their current location now.
What about the montage?
No.
You don't like the montage? I like the montage.
I refuse. I watched A-Team enough times to know I hate it.
I like the montage for time skip. You say that, right? You're just like,
what are you guys going to be doing on your trek? I'm going to be listening to my Walkman the whole entire time.
Let's say you're okay. It's a survival game. The party all went in a shipwreck and they land in an island. They're not together, right? They didn't find each other. They're just like on different part of the island, and now they need to survive. What if we do round robin, but like every round we go is like 4 hour, right? Because that's the thing too, when you're in survival mode, like doing stuff takes a long time, right?
Yeah, I'm still chopping this wood. But this wet wood I found. I'm trying to light it.
If we do like real time, right? If we do real time, that's what was gonna happen, right? I'm starting to chop wood. Okay, now we go around the table. It's you again. Well, I'm keep chopping wood. I don't have enough, right? What if we say like, okay, we're gonna go around. Each round's gonna like tell me what you're doing for the next quarter day or whatever, right?
I don't know, if nothing really is gonna happen, like if they're in safe zones, basically, I guess.
Well, they don't know.
4 hours. 4 hours could go by, I suppose, without any event.
Yeah.
But if there's wild animals, maybe every half hour they got to. The round robin is only a half hour goes by each round robin.
Yeah.
In case something happens, some encounter, one of the players has an encounter.
Because you could have that, right? You just like one player say like, oh, you all end up on the beach somewhere, right? Because you from a shipwreck, right? One guy say, oh, I see a mountain in the background. I'm gonna try to trek to that. And some guys say, I'm gonna try to follow the beach to see if other people landed on the beach. And some guys say, I'm gonna fish, right? And then you went around, right? And we know everybody what it's gonna do for the next few hours. And then maybe the guy that decided to follow the coast to find other survivor is gonna come across the guy that decided to fish because it's stayed on the coast, right? And now you can take back with those guys, right? And now you can role play in a more normal time.
Well, here's the thing: are you doing what these guys that talk about? Does it fit the narrative? Whatever that means. Does it fit the narrative? Let's say, I guess for some people that means they're trying to. They have a story in mind, and they want the players to all follow along in the story. and not go off path?
I don't have a story in mind. The story is like you wake up on an island after a shipwreck, right? Now we figure out what's gonna happen.
What if you don't? What if you're one of those weirdos that doesn't have any story, and the characters are just doing things?
Yeah.
And you end up with a story at the end of the session, not during the story. Not. You don't have a story during the game, but after the game, that's when you have the story.
That's what I want, right?
So
that's what it is.
If you're a movie guy like me, and you've seen Planet of the Apes 1968 100 times, the astronauts stick together, walking through the Forbidden Zone.
Yeah.
Because it helps the story if all the characters are in the same frame together, in the same shot, encountering things together as a group. They could have gone separate ways. Well, I'm not going that way. I'm going this way. Maybe one guy finds the Statue of Liberty first before he sees any apes. That could have happened.
Yeah.
So each astronaut has their own little separate story, their little solo thing they're doing.
Yeah. Why not? That's interesting.
Yeah. But is it a good story? Does it make for a good story in the end if none of the characters saw each other since they left the submerging spaceship they escaped from? They swam different ways.
It can make a good story, right? It's almost like it can make like 3 or 4 good stories.
Yeah.
If everybody's
and the stories are made up too, and the stories aren't
pre-written. Maybe one of those stories is gonna suck, right?
Oh yeah, one guy is just gonna have game green and just not have he won't have any fatigue, any stamina left.
Yeah.
And he hears weird noises in the middle of the night, and he thinks he sees humans. Mm-hmm. That's about from his point of view, that's all that happened to his character. And then the girl that dies at the beginning of the movie, have her live. So now there's a chick involved. You know, Stuart. She died in chrono sleep.
Yeah.
Just have her live. Like in the West End Games version of Planet of the Apes, she lives. So she's a character with Taylor and Dodge and those guys.
Yeah. So what do you think? Would you be opposed to doing those like longer round, right? Saying like longer turn, saying like. And you know, like I'm also fine.
So they just you mean like the players just describe in general what they're doing, and then you fast forward 4 hours?
Well, you can still role play and like put some flair to it, right? You can say like, oh no, like I'm just walk on the island. I'm gathering. You know, you role play a bit. You say like you say what you're doing. You say what you're doing. You say where you are, what you're doing, right? Just like usual.
Yeah.
And then you say what you want to do, right? But like I'm saying, like oftentimes those things are gonna be like, they take a long time to do, right? Like I want to fish. I'm not gonna come back to you next round while you do now. Well, okay, no, I tried to fish, I didn't catch anything in 30 seconds, so I'm giving up.
Yeah,
or I'm gonna say again, well, I'm keeping like you can always like put like, well, I'm trying to put a different bait. I'm trying, you know, or you can try to break down the action. But if you do that, like if you want to have a game where like the travel and the survival is, you probably like it's interesting in the long term, right? Like the Castaway movie, right?
Yeah.
That would have been a very different movie if we only see like a 2-hour slice of Tom Hanks being on the island, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I see what you mean. Now I'm okay with whatever duration.
Yeah.
However long it takes. If you're not in a hurry to get somewhere in the game session, and the game session just not so much derails, but goes on a whole other tangent, and then this other thing happened instead during the 1-shot or the 2-shot, that's fine with me. As long as it's interesting. As long as the characters, the characters are interesting and they're still doing interesting things.
Yeah, because survival is a thing of you know, you kind of have to make it a slow burn, right? It's interesting in the, you know, surviving 2 hour. It's interesting for nobody. if you have to survive 2 months, now we're talking, right? If you have to even like 2 weeks, now it can be like a story, right? But like, oh man, I've been
Oh
away for
yeah,
2
like
hours.
the internet
I had to survive.
influencers who say, "Oh, I was lost in the desert for an hour. Oh, I didn't think I was gonna make it," and they take selfies the whole entire time.
Yeah. But they couldn't like post them straight to Instagram, right? So they had no internet connection. Yeah.
But yeah, if being stranded is the tone, the theme, the setting, then yeah, I expect it to be, a slow burn.
Yeah. And I think you do need to have like a. I think if you want to have like those turns that's gonna be like represent longer time, you would almost need to roll more, right? See what happened, right? Oh, I'm trying to travel toward the north of the island, and then like come back to you, can make a roll and see like, oh, you're straight far away from your path, or I'm trying to go back to the camp, and then like, oh, actually you should be there, you should be back by then, but you're not. You don't know where you are.
I remember when I was a kid, I think I was like 12, maybe 13. I was on a bus. The only time I've ever been on a bus was this one time. Going 20 miles somewhere to like a mall to see a movie, probably a Star Wars movie or something. And I saw Sears from my bench seat on the bus, and I pulled the thing, ding, and the bus stops, and I get off, and my brother's like, "What are you doing? What are you getting off the bus for? We're supposed to go to the movie." I'm like, "Oh, I want to do something else first." So I go to the Sears.
Yeah.
This was around the time they had the Atari 2600 on display. The cartridges you plugged in and you play the game. It was around Christmas time. Anyway, so I wanted to mess around on the home entertainment system back in the day. And then I'm thinking, oh yeah, supposed to be seeing a movie at another mall. This was like there's 2 malls within maybe 2 miles from each other, and I remember running from the one mall. I had like 5 seconds to play this stupid game in the Sears, and I ran from that Sears to like another Sears or Radio Shack. Anyway, I ran and I got into the theater just as it was starting, sitting next to my brothers, and they're like, what were you doing?"
Oh, so your brother didn't get off the bus with you?
No, they stayed on the bus. They were younger than me. They stayed on the bus.
Yeah.
What are you doing? I wanted to go to Sears. I wanted to play the game they had on display. It's like, whatever. Anyway, I show up, and I'm like the guy in one of those vacation movies where he like ran through a desert to catch up with his family, and he hasn't had water or anything, and he's like totally dying from heat stroke. That was me.
Yeah. So when you
the only time I rode a bus. Now after that I would just ride a bike or skateboard somewhere.
Yeah, I don't like bus. It's too crowded. I did took the bus quite a bit though. I went from Montreal to New York on a bus quite a few times. He used to do that for a weekend. Go to New York. I was living in Montreal.
Well, have you ever just gone on a scenic drive somewhere? Just drive 300 miles north of where you're at, just for fun.
Well, I used to do that all the time when I had a motorcycle.
Oh, okay. Did people ever say, "That's crazy, you went by yourself? You did that all alone?"
Yeah.
What if something happened? What if you met a guy? Would you rather meet a guy or a bear out there?
That's the whole question. Eh? Yeah.
Like, did you ever go on a train just because?
I don't go on trains.
Canadian, some people take that Canadian train that goes all the way across the country to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, I don't like trains.
You could meet somebody. There'd be an encounter roll you'd have to make.
Yeah.
You meet some hot chick and she's got her crazy uncle professor.
We should do a session at some point on a. You should be a side point on a session at some point on the train, set on the train. That could be an interesting setting.
I have a little joke where you're on a railroad.
Yeah.
Literally, you're on a railroad on a train, but inside each boxcar is a sandbox.
Yeah.
So that's how I do the thing. The train's going somewhere, but meanwhile, you're doing your own thing. Because there's interesting NPCs to interact with on the train.
Exactly. And there's adventure going on the train. We're confined to the train. The train is going somewhere. But
yeah,
we can still like role play in the train.
Someone keeps eyeballing your luggage. It matches theirs. they like they're in coach and you have first class, that kind of thing.
Yeah. How do
you don't have a ticket. You've been on the train for an hour and you don't have a ticket yet. You never got one. The guy's going to show up in your room asking for tickets.
The controller. Yeah. How do you do about ration and water in survival game?
Well, I don't count the weight. I don't really count how much of the ration. I just say a day's ration or a week's ration.
Yeah.
Let the players role play how much of it they eat or don't eat. But I'm not going to count it. You have 10 cans of tuna.
You see, that's the interesting part, right? When you have good player, it's so like when you say role play solve everything, right? It solve all those things, right? When you have player like that, player can say like, we haven't ate anything in 2 days. I'm starving, right? I'm not doing anything until we can find something to eat now, right? So now like that's a priority. We're stopping, like we're not traveling anywhere. We're trying to find food. We're going to fish. We're gonna go like forage for some berries and shit like that. Oh, I ate those berries. Now I'm feeling like shit because like the other, I think they were poisonous, right? You can have like those things. Like player can add that themselves, right? So without having to track everything on the character sheet and stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, when a player's role playing, they're having their character do something. No one role plays their character does nothing. Their character's doing something. So they're eating something, drinking something, walking, writing a journal of some sort, their last requests, I don't know, something, last rites, making a rope. They want to climb down some hill. Anyway, they're doing something. A role player is going to do something different each turn. For the most part, they're not going to keep trying to do the same thing until they succeed. I'll just keep hammering this nail until I get it straight. I'm going to just keep rolling to succeed until this shack is built or whatever. Or do I find gold yet? Do I find gold yet? Did I find gold yet? You're not doing anything. You're just rolling to see if you found gold in a gold mine. But you never explained how you got there. Did you sprain an ankle going into the mine without a flashlight or a torch or anything?
Yeah.
Did you break an arm?
Do you need to take a break sometime?
Yeah.
It's hard labor.
Yeah. It's like I have gold mining skill. I'm going to use that for the whole entire time in this one shot. No, that's boring.
Yeah. Have you watched the Wild Elk? Yes, you did. The Wild Elk campaign we did. The Wild Elk, like 2-shot, I guess.
Yeah, most of you guys were doing stuff each time it was your turn.
Yeah, but there was like a part of survival in there, right? And the guy I was playing was a survivalist, basically. Like he was like this kind of like Ted Kaczynski kind of guy, right? That born noble, left to a savage world, like decided to reject civilization, then committed some crime there, and got sent to this prison planet.
So all you guys were criminals?
I don't know if we're all criminals. My guy was, because we didn't like we're like, I know Crispy Ware was, but he was like a fall guy from some kind of mafia. Rick, he was like I think he was a political criminal, maybe, or maybe not. I don't like. We didn't dig into the past of each other too much.
Didn't have time to.
Also,
or there was
it's
other
bad
stuff
form. It's bad form also.
What do you? Why are
amongst
you?
prisoner.
Why are you on this planet? Why are you on this planet?
Exactly.
You go first.
Yeah, but yeah. So my guy was kind of the survival guy, and I knew Phil wanted to do the slow burn and have like a time skip, and when we do those games, they're like kind of like experimental as well. So we learn as well as we go.
You guys are like you layer. You're doing it's a whole new setting. Oh, it's a whole new game system too. Oh, we're trying a whole new kind of role play on top of that.
Yeah, we do the tear off your skin to figure out idea about how to do stuff, and then we try them in session, or like they feed into each other, right?
Yeah.
But
and then on top of that, you're playing characters you probably haven't role played before ever.
Yeah. But it was a lot of this thing, right? Just like trying to just do basic stuff to ensure your survival. And at some point, like those guys wanted to go pick fight with people, and I say, no, I'm not fucking doing that, right? We're on this fucking planet for a long time. Like that's like I get it. Like
playing so much like you guys were a party, and each of you had this little niche that you filled in.
No,
I'm the healer. I'm the warrior. I'm the magic guy.
Yeah. But anyway, so those guys they get like stubbornly like they get this idea of going to pick fight with the prisoner that have been there for a while, right? And are organized and stuff like that, right? And I said, I say fuck no, man. I'm just like, I'm not gonna go pick fight with like those people are organized. They have like better gear than we do. They have like we're just like drop with nothing basically. So that's a stupid idea. I'm not going with you. And then I was like storming and stuff like that. So I just say, I'm just gonna find like shelter in this like dead tree, and I'm gonna wait for the storm to pass, right? Because sometime in survival, that's what you do, right?
Yeah.
And those guys were still doing stuff and taking turn. They were like more active, and like Phil would come back to me and say, "Well, I'm just," and then at some point there's this beats coming up, and this big like kind of, you would call it like a dragon if you want, or a dinosaur or shit like that, right? And it's like, well, I'm just like cowering in my trees, and I'm not gonna go pick fight with that shit either, right? It's like I'm trying to survive here. It's a survival game. That's the name of the game,
but it was
right?
hell. You were on Hell, the planet Hell.
Yeah.
Did your character ever think about the rotation of the planet, and will it be morning soon, or how long do the days last on this world?
We didn't really like dive into that, and that would be like an interesting thing as well, since it's a sci-fi thing, so those things are gonna be different, right? We did talk about the season a bit. That was a thing, and it was very warm, and I wanted to go like higher up where the climate would be more temperate, stuff like that. That was I was hoping.
Did you ever think of 4Ding something where you found some sort of a GPS radio, some satellite uplink thing?
That would have been like
you used it to send a message to bring down a working space pod we can all get back into and escape.
That would have been a violation of the contract we had, right? Of the tone and team.
Okay.
It'd be like, because
like one of you guys was a electronics genius who could make old radio gear work with the
lot of coconuts
system in orbit.
Like the Gilligan Island. You take some coconuts and some
no. It was just I kept thinking there would be a scrapyard. Since these pods you come down in would probably get salvaged and reused for something else, maybe.
Well, they were trying to salvage, and that's why also like those other radar they came to us because they saw the pod drop down and they wanted to take it, right?
Yeah.
And that's why the guy wanted to go see them and say, oh, they might have a radio or some shit, or some technology that we can use. I say, yeah, if they do have technology that we could use, they're probably going to use it against you first, right?
Yeah. Or
They're not just gonna let you like take it, right?
Because I didn't know how the game would go if you guys, if they wanted the pod that you came down in, or if they wanted you guys just as slaves and could care less about the pod you came in.
Yeah. But even when they were coming, like I wanted to, like I said, we should
or they're
move away, right?
cannibals.
We should go wide. We don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking they're cannibals too, and they're just going to eat you.
Yeah. Should I look at it? Let me look at the chat. Oh man, I haven't looked in a while. Since we're talking about color, I'm bad at that. All right, I'm gonna skip those
color?
about talking the what is color.
It's a social
contract.
That background you have that isn't black and white.
No, like when we're talking about like blue color or social construct. That's the idea. That's the conclusion. Oh, Xari's game wanna join. Dare to wonder. Should are we still there for a while? Should we invite somebody? You know who that is?
Who?
Xari's game.
Yeah, we know him.
You know him? I know him. Should I send him a link?
Sure. Make sure he has a decent microphone though, because I can never hear him in his videos.
Yeah, yeah. Make sure you have like a decent microphone and your camera is on, and that you're presentable. Where is he?
No, he does YouTubes. He does videos on YouTube.
Yes. Yeah, but
it's just that his mic is, you can't hear his videos.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I suppose that in the medieval time, people knew, oh, there start the whatever woods. Of course, there would be the exact measure, but general stuff. Also, like in medieval time, the woods were managed. People would go in the woods a lot, and people would rely on the woods a lot for resource and stuff like that. So it wasn't just like wild woods. Woods were managed, right? So tree were pruned so they can be more useful, like grow straight and stuff like that. But they were cut regularly. So it wasn't like unknown territory. They had path and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's also something that people don't consider.
That's where all the wood came from there. So people knew about it.
Yeah. Yeah. We have some traveling scene in some of our game, but oftentimes we use them as time skip, right? Just like, oh, we cut to the next scene, which it's fine. It's fine for all the game. How do we role play driving around in New York? Mostly the time. Oh, and you mentioned the Wild L. Wild L was more chaotic. Wild L was funny when you had the little side by side, and you were there was a chase. That was interesting. Chase can be fun. Yeah. How would we roleplay a long trek through hostile environment? How hostile it is, right? If you have to sneak around, hide under the bush, crawl under like a little cabin on pillory, right? On the stuff like that, right?
Natural stuff happening that's hostile. The weather, the terrain.
Yeah.
The planet the planet is sentient, and whatever you think, the planet sends to attack you. Using your id.
Yeah. Well, if you do that, like there's gonna be something different happening in different round, or something that you have to deal with over many round, which then it's just like regular like action.
You can't sleep because if you dream, when you wake up, that's what you see when you wake up.
Oh, so they have to wake you up every. If you cannot dream, you go insane.
Maybe.
Yep.
What if your last dream was, I'm not gonna go crazy if I don't dream anymore?
You kind of win. You're kind of winning of the. Oh, I dreamt that I'm never gonna dream anymore, and not go crazy.
That'd be something. If it worked that way.
Yeah, you kind of
if the planet altered you somehow.
It's like when they say like, oh, I'm a dark elf, but I can go outside because I have like those sunshade, so I don't have any malus, right? It's the same thing. But
it depends on how long the trek is, though.
Yeah.
And what the hostile environment is.
Yeah, but like, let's say you're behind enemy lines.
You're in the movies, your boots always get soaked. You start getting trench foot. You run out of your suit runs out of oxygen. Your rations are low. There's no water in your canteen.
You've seen Starship Trooper.
Yeah.
Let's say you're dropped behind a nest of like you're being dropped on the planet, right? And then there's like a problem happening, and you fall behind like bug's nest, like far away from the rest of the platoon, right? That you have to reach to go back to, and now you have to travel through that. That can be an interesting session.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
It's been those kinds of movies have been done a long time in the 50s.
Yeah. How come you're not in black and white? You didn't get the.
Oh.
No. I'm
gonna switch to color.
Oh, you're gonna switch to color now?
Can I remember how to do it?
Yeah.
Setting. Let's see. Background. 1 second. This is
saturation.
Yeah. No, but I like the shutters turning back to color. Maybe it's over. It's over. No, it's too late.
We have to match.
Yeah.
Which one are we doing? Let's do with this one.
What?
Ask me if I have a green screen. No, I don't have a green screen.
Don't worry about it.
Or just remove say no background. Maybe if you want to be like me.
Yeah. How do I call you? Do I call you like Leo?
Call me Leo.
What?
Call me Leo. Leo. Nobody can pronounce my real name anyways, so.
Leo. Okay. So any thought on this whole like survival stuff and traveling? The question is like, how do we role play that? Because like oftentimes like that's what we're talking in the beginning as well. Like people like just default to like, oh, you just roll on you just do the X crawl and just like roll in random chart, right? I don't know if you were there in the beginning of the chat. We're going on fucking like rambling.
I was doing laundry.
Yeah, and I say like this is not very satisfying to me, right? Because you're not in character, you're not like there in first person view. Like for me, like it's important for the people see the world through the eyes of the character. So any thought on the whole thing?
Well, the way I do it is first, I tell the person the environment he's in. Say there is this tree, there is this, there is that, and after I stop talking, usually when I stop talking, I ask people, so what do you do? But after a while, I just stop talking and they pick on to it. If they don't, I just tell them, like, when I stop talking, it means it's your turn. See how well that goes. And I might have like a table behind the screen where I see what unforeseeable complication pops up and ask them how they deal with it. That's how I go about it.
So you do like those random table?
If I have no idea what's going on or I have nothing in particular, I just use well, look, I have a random table, but I don't roll on it. I just choose the one that I think is the most.
Oh, I gotta say that's usually like, I use the random table as well. Like I use them as inspiration, right? I read them, I keep them in mind. That was an interesting option, and then like I just like pick it off.
Like if I roll and I don't like the roll, I'm like, no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, if I don't like the roll, then I'll just I would just make something up on the spot.
Can you say that again, please? Yeah.
What?
If I'm going to make a roll and I end up not liking the roll, I usually don't.
I mean, most of the time, if I have a table,
Oh, do you have a delay? I think you have a big delay, eh?
Well, yeah, I have European internet, which is European.
It works.
Okay, I think it's fixed now.
Okay.
Usually when I have a random table, I'm the person who made it. Like, I don't like random tables that other people made. So if I have a random table, it's one I made ahead of time. And it's usually like 4, 6 things.
Mm-hmm.
So
that makes sense.
I don't like other people's tables. They're foreign and alien to me.
Yeah, and oftentimes like not weird in the way that we like the weirdness, right? Not in the proper weird. Yeah.
I used to have apps on my screen, and I would just click on them to get a random thing.
I find oftentimes like random table, they kind of feel too random. And when I'm gonna play, like, you know, like, oh, we're just striking to the wood. Oh, a bear shows up. I say like, oh, there, I triggered the random encounter, right? It doesn't feel satisfying for me as a player, right? I don't care about that. It's not like, if it doesn't come like in a dramatic moment or something like that, in a moment that makes sense, that follow the flow of the game, it's just like, oh, okay, like it feels very gamey to me, right? I'm just like, I get it. I triggered a random encounter, right?
Well, did you set it up ahead of time? Because one thing I found is interesting, if you have a random table, don't just before it shows up, use it ahead of time, see what happens on the random table, and set it up ahead. So if there was a bear, say, oh, there was a carcass, there was a deer that's half eaten, there are big footprints, there's big piles of dung, there's a musky smell you've never smelled. If depends on the person, there's a musky smell that's unfamiliar to you, depending on the context. Some people, I guess, would know what the bear smells like, but I have no idea. So stuff like that. Like, don't just think because I'm using a random table, I can stop actually narrating properly what happens. That's like.
But I think also I even prefer when you have something react to what the player do, right? So if the player is say like, oh, I'm gathering, so I found a little style of berry, and I'm gathering those berry, and I'm putting in a pouch, stuff like that, right? Now it's the time to send the bear, because bear eat those berry, right? And now you're in a turf, like a place that where the bear would normally come. So now you bring the bear there. You don't need to roll for it or anything, right? Just like now it feel like, oh, it makes sense, right? It's like I always like when it kind of feel like the player like put themselves in trouble by the choice they made, right?
Yeah, but the wilderness is a very unforgiving place, and you can find yourself in trouble without no fault of your own. That's kind of,
Yeah. Yes and no. Yes and no. If you're smart, you can avoid, like, people survive in the wilderness all the time, right? Too, right? Just like, and we used to live in that. That's where before civilization. That's where we used to live, right? So we can survive in wilderness. We're not now. We're just not used to it anymore, and we're dumb. But we're just like, it's not like super cutthroat.
I guess depends what type of wilderness, because we're definitely not wood animals. We don't like woods. We like savannas. We like open plains where you can just pop your head up, look around. Looks pretty good. Wood, you don't know what's behind a tree. So why is it always woods? I don't know why. You're lost in the forest.
Fantasy.
Well, because it's dense, yeah. It's fantasy, and forests are dense, so it's easy to get lost. There's a plane when you can see like 20 miles around, right? Just like, well,
I've actually been lost in the.
You can get lost in Kashmir.
You can get lost in the desert. It happened to me once, and I was scared shitless. I was like,
yes,
because you're in a desert. You're like, where are you? I'm near a dune.
Exactly. Yeah. No, desert. Being lost in the desert when you cannot see shit, right? Or being lost at sea. That's a very hostile environment.
Sea is the worst because if you have a random table, like you're on a boat, suddenly there's a big wave and you're in the bottom of the ocean, and like fantastic. But that's what being a sailor is like. So you got to decide: are you gonna have plot armor, or are you just gonna be a sailor? And if it's game over, it's game over.
No, you still have the life vest. You still have
and
that at least.
And there's a big. You can still do something, right? Oh, there's a big wave. You can have like a save, right? Oh, I'm trying to hold fast, or I'm tying myself to the mast, or the mast break, and there's you can you can have this build up, and then at some point, like after many failure, you end up at the bottom of the sea, right? It's not like roll. There you go. It's like what you're talking about on Friday. Like it's like if the GM say like, oh, I step off my house, roll. I roll 2. You get hit by a bus, you die, right? That feels very cheap, right? It would be the same thing if you're on a sea. But
depends on what's the session about. Is it about being on a ship during a storm, or is it about getting off the ship and discovering some new fantasy land where there's
also
still
is it something that you went on the ship because you wanted to traverse from point A to point B, and then the ship got lost, right? Now you're there because of your own fault. Like you took action that put you in that situation, right? So now you have to deal with it, and it's fair, right? You decided to take the ship. Maybe even like NPC say like, well, you should wait. Sir, we should wait. There's a storm coming. And say, we cannot wait. And then you go, and then you get caught in the storm. Well, then deal with it.
So are you okay as a GM when the player is told to make a survival roll and they fail it, and now the whole session is going in a whole other direction?
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
No,
I don't have a goal for my session.
Or do you still want the player to reach their destination they had planned on?
I don't have a destination. No, I don't have a destination. And the player, they want to. Oh, you have a destination you want to reach.
Okay, they fail their roll. Are you going to say, okay, we'll just ignore that roll? It didn't really happen.
No.
You're still alive. You're still on the ship. Just call it something else.
Well, you can't ignore the roll, but you can ignore the consequence or spin them any way you want. But I don't know. For me, if it's if you have a survival roll and you bots it, then you still reach the destination, but something else happens. Because my perspective, if everybody came to the table and it's like, hey, we're going to this city, and you're like, oh, you don't arrive at this city, it's like, hey, man, this is not what I signed up for, and I can kind of get
that would be cool. Let's say you fail your save roll during the ship whatever tour, but you still reach your destination, but you're in a hospital and both your legs are gone. But you're alive.
No, that's something that player would fucking hate. Like you want to make player like hate you more than killing their character, have their character lose both their legs.
But they fell off the ship and the propellers cut them in half.
Wasn't Paul shipwrecked once?
Oh, what?
Paul, so the apostle. I think he was shipwrecked at one point in his life.
Oh, maybe he traveled a lot, right?
Yeah,
you've been in prison a bunch. I don't know that.
I tell this to people all the time. Paul would make a great RPG character. I mean, that guy gets into so much trouble.
Oh yeah.
Oh, most yeah.
You got an arc.
Yeah, most characters from the Old and New Testament would be amazing characters.
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, traveling, like if it's not a game about traveling, then we just skip the traveling, and it's like in a movie. When you see that Indiana Jones movie, and they show you the map, and it's da 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 da.
But that's what we're talking tonight about, like games about traveling. Like well, traveling or survival is not just like something that we get rid of the way. It's like let's make that the center point of the game, right?
Well,
how can we make that the center point of the game and make it interesting, make it juicy, make it something that's worth doing?
Well, for me, the number one thing is you gotta you gotta have a place to come back to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm traveling. Where are you traveling to?
It
You
can be
have
a
to.
vague place as well. If it's a survival, like, we're talking about like shipwreck and stuff like that. I want to find back some civilization, right? Whatever that means. Doesn't mean, you have a place to go to, but it's vague, right? No?
Well, in some
Yeah,
games, if it's episodic, you always go back to where you start. So that each game session,
That's the
start at
X
the
scroll
same
thing,
place.
right? We go through to this X, and then we go back to the center city, and next session we can explore a different X.
Like in Skyrim, I'm constantly going back to Whiterun all the time.
Yeah.
you know the game
Like
RimWorld.
The guy in what?
RimWorld. I'm gonna type it in the chat because
Oh,
with
no,
my
no, I don't know.
epic accent,
I
no
don't
one can.
know. No, RimWorld. I don't know what that is. I heard the name.
It's a video. It's a video game, which is basically kind of you. It's like in a traveler-like universe, and you're a bunch of three random people who get abandoned on a planet, and you got to find your way back wherever by building a spaceship.
Oh,
But it's
yeah,
like
I
a
heard about
base
that.
builder. It's not a
Yeah,
traveling game. It's like a base builder. The point of it is to like build a base and
yeah, and like
eventually
develop your
go to
technology and
space.
stuff like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably would like that game actually.
It's a very good game, and it's also like a very story, and story is in a sense of emerging plot.
Oh,
Like it's a story simulator, meaning random stuff is gonna happen and it's gonna change characters, and it's very emergent, so to speak. Let me speak.
yeah.
So it's not. So it's kind of like in a tabletop role playing game in that sense that the story just happens based on chance and choices and the things and the characters involved.
How would you do that? I guess if if you're doing research and you're building a base and stuff like that, I guess that would require a lot of time skip because they're all
I
like
mean,
tasks that are quite lengthy, right? And then quite involved.
well, if it's technology that's way more advanced than what we have, you're going to be forced to skip it because there's no way you're going to walk through the players through the process of discovery to a technology that's unfathomable to us.
Yeah.
Like
It's also like research and stuff like that. Like that could be like a topic in itself. But even if you like to we're talking about like doing a dugout canoe, right? Stuff like that. That's gonna
yeah.
take you a few hours.
My biggest issue with these traveling games is that, yeah, they're interesting, but there's no drama in there. There's no internal conflict to explore. It's very, which is fine. It's something that people are into. It's just not the type of stuff that really, God damn it, really interests me. It's more, you have a problem, you have to deal with it, which could be interesting and it's very fun, but it's not the type of games I like to run.
Well, if you have a party of character, right? If you have like multiple character and you're together, you can have conflict in between character, which is something I always like.
Yeah.
People like might have different idea of what should be done, right? We have like those emergencies like that, like everybody like pulling on their own side.
That could be interesting, yeah. As long as it doesn't evolve into a melodrama, because I can't fucking stand melodramas. No, really,
well,
like
that's
if it's
patty cake. Yeah, I don't do patty cake.
Yeah,
I don't do idle chit chat. I don't do talkie.
no, but when it's like no character like debating and like fighting about like what should be done and they get angry and maybe one push the other and stuff like that, right? That can fill up a session pretty nicely.
Did you ever play a vampire game?
Yeah, played a lot of Vampire.
Yeah, the problem with at least for me, the problem with vampires is you wanted to have a discussion, somebody frenzied, and it's like it's almost comical the things people vampires will frenzy over, and you're like, come on, we're trying to like this is not interesting. Like we just get pissed at each other all the time for childish things. Like it got to the level of
Is
being
that the
comical.
emo? Are those the emo players? The
This
goth
is every
players?
player in the game. No, this is the character. The rules tell you this is what a vampire is like in the game. Like that's what being a vampire is in Vampire the
Yeah,
Record.
I'm like we didn't like you have to play fast and loose with the rules, right? It was the 90s, right? Like there's stuff that we didn't have figured out yet.
Well, it uses the 10-sided die pool stuff, which was you're role playing something really cool, and then you roll dice, and it's like, oh, the dice don't even match up with what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I just like the feel of 10-sided dice in my hand.
Yeah, that's fun. It's fun.
It's fun. I got 3 successes. Yay!
I like the 8s. I like the 8s.
One thing that drove me
And it was
crazy
stuck
with
on a moment where I look ridiculous.
one thing that drove me crazy with the dice pool of a vampire. I love like dice pools game that do make this mistake, right? Where you gonna move the number you need on the dice and the number of success you need, right? And like, well, adjust your difficulty one way or the other. Like, don't do both.
Yeah, don't do both.
Yeah, that fucking annoys me, right? But like, if you're gonna move like the number of
My biggest problem with all of these games that move dice is you never have anything to compare it to. Like, okay, what's the baseline? Like, well, what's 2 successes? What's 3 dice pooled? It's it's the average guy, but it's not on a relationship that really works. Like
it's just a black box, and it spits out a number, and you're not sure how it works on the inside.
Yeah, but but if you look at statistics is done on the bell. Usually, it can see statistics is on a bell curve. That's just the way things are. They go from very likely, where it's big, and fat, unlikely to both directions. But
your chance of driving to work is gonna be, likely.
Yeah,
it's likely to succeed.
Yeah. So you're gonna success on a 2, and you only need 1. But this thing, you're gonna need an 8 to succeed, and 1 is right. But this one is gonna need a 6 to succeed, but you need 2 success. It's like, wait, like, now you're just fucking like throwing number around, right? Just like like
you need 6 dice that are 9 or higher, that kind of thing. Or you just need 1 die that's 2 or higher.
Yeah.
I kind of did my own thing for a game system that I kind of had to solve this problem myself, and I kind of did it by looking at, imagining what the average person would be capable of physically and mentally. I used to be a fitness trainer, so I had a lot of graphs on, where people fall on the average. Looked at them, tried to replicate it with dice spreads, and said, yeah, you see this is the average person, this is what he's likely to do, and as you get more skilled, you get bigger dice pools. And as you get bigger dice pools, you can do crazier stuff.
So did you went with you need more success, or you need a higher number? More success is the way to go, to be honest. If you go like dice,
you need a higher number.
You went the other way around. You get
I said you need a higher number because like you only do one thing. Like if you want to do this, you need this number.
Oh, is it like a? Do you add? You're looking for success, or you add the dice together?
You add all the dice together in your.
Okay, then you did the right thing.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would be really crazy. I mean, there are mini games, and I call them mini games because it's like, okay, I'm not gonna actually have you roll like this, but to do this, you need 1 die to be higher than this. That's like a subsystem, but that's not relevant right now, so I'm gonna stop talking about it.
Doodle's question: when would the wilderness travel necessitate a time skip? I think we talked about that a bit, right? Already, like it's when like it's a task that would be like lengthy task, a prolonged, like a lot of stuff you do in the wilderness take a long time.
Do you want to hear a joke?
What?
No.
Yeah? No. Okay.
Okay, so you know who this is a Bedouin joke. The Bedouins are like the nomadic people of the Middle East, and I know a lot of these people. So a Bedouin comes and tells a story, and he says, "Man, I've got this story about this guy, who goes on a journey, and by the end of it, he marries a princess and becomes very wealthy. And people say, "Wow, that's an amazing journey." How does it go? It says, "Oh, well, it starts and he's riding on his camel, and he's riding on his camel, and he's riding on his camel, and he's riding, and it's just him saying he's riding on his camel for like a very long time."
Yeah, but that's what it is, right? Just like even like like I like going on the river, right? And that's what do you do? I paddle. I'll do that for like 2 hours, right? Just like, well, it's like, and then what you do? Well, I turn around and I go back home. But that was my.
Or what if the current is super strong coming back, and you're not strong enough to get back, and the current just takes you out to sea?
I always go up the river first, and then the current carry me back on the way. Like I'm not retarded.
Okay.
That would be because that's usually what happens. I go up the river until I can't anymore because the current is too strong, and then I get tired, and I say, "Well, you know what? That was a nice ride," and I turn around, I go back to my car. Yeah, and I
That's pretty
experience the
smart.
wild. Yeah, but time skip, yeah, like a lot of like I said, like, and in wilderness, when you're trying to survive, when you're trying to travel in wilderness, you're not like going, oh wow, like doing crazy stuff and stuff like that. Like like I was started thinking, like preserving your energy, trying to be smart, like everything need to be like you act with a purpose, right? You're not just like, oh, you know what, I'm gonna climb the tree, and oh, this is a nice creek, let's go swim, right? You might do that on the first day when you don't realize yet you're in a survival situation, but at some point you say, what, like, let's go around, right? Let's take our time, let's move slowly and safely, right? Unless you want to, if you want to go like crazy, and there should be consequence to that. If you want to go like, if you want to be the guy that just run around, right?
I read a book, and this is a very well researched book by a guy, and this is relevant, I promise. So there was this guy, Herman Ponzer, and he's a physiologist, and he went to Tanzania, that's in Africa, and he did an experiment to measure the calorie expenditure of hunter-gatherer people who hunt and walk around all day. Amazingly, they spend as much calorie as people who sit on their butts all day, accounting for body weight and mass.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this guy kind of looked at it and proved the idea that, oh, if you expend energy, you're going to need more calories. And it's like, no, you have a set amount of calories a day, and otherwise they go on your immune system or reproduction. And if you overstretch yourself, you're not going to burn more calories. And even if you eat a lot, you're not going to make up for it. You're just going to make yourself sick or exhausted eventually. That's how it actually works. So
yeah, and we know, like, hunter gatherer, they spend a lot of their fucking day doing nothing.
yes,
because they have to, that's how it is, right? I say, like, I used to live in the wood and do a lot of work in the bush and stuff like that, right? At some point, your day is done. You're just like, I can't anymore, right? And just like, it's not about like being lazy or anything. And then sometimes you have to take rest day and stuff like that. It's part of like this whole thing about like, oh no, like it's true that we're sedentary. We don't move as much, but
man, I used to work as a landscaper, and it was brutal. I could only do it for like, it wasn't even 2 months. I was like, after 4 hours, I was already done. I couldn't do anymore now. Could be I wasn't efficient. Could be I was out of shape. But
yeah, but at some point your body gets used to it, right? And like I did construction as well. Like, and I saw a lot of people, like, they would come and they do it for a week, 2 weeks, a month, and then they say, no, that's too rough, right? I'm done, right? Your body gets used to it, and then once you're used to it, then your body adjusts, and then you get stronger and stuff like that. You don't burn as many calories, right? It just become like a normal day. But you have to go through that.
I guess that could be a skill thing. Like, how used to doing this are you? If you want to determine, all right, so I walk about the whole day. How difficult is it for me?
Yeah.
Now, nobody would ask this in the same way, but eventually you're going to have to tell the player that, hey, you're exhausted at this point, which is why I think every game should have exhaustion mechanics.
Yeah.
Because well, you get tired. Like, what do you want me to say? Like,
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think good role player would like realize by themselves, right? You know what? Like, I remember when we were playing with Crispy and Rick and Spencer, like we were doing this Castle and Crusade game, right? And it was a big point with my character at some point. Like, we were like running around, going from this crisis to this crisis to this crisis, and my character just like broke off at some point and just said like, "Man, I'm done. I just fucking need the bat. I need a good night of sleep in a real bed. I need a real fucking meal, not just just travel ration." And it became like kind of a bit of like a thing that was happening now. Like, we've been like in the muck for weeks now. Like, there's a bit of civilization here. We're staying at least a day here, right? Just like but it's being in character, right?
Yeah, well, it depends what type of character you are, because it doesn't matter how much in character you are. All of these characters are fictional. Like, these are not real people. There's liberty with how you represent them.
You want to make them feel real, right? And nobody is just like always on all the time, right? We need rest, right? Rest is productive, right?
Yeah. Well, you make them feel real, but the interesting thing to me is you read a book, and the character in the book, obviously, they can't be real. They're not. Nobody's like, to think of your favorite book, think of a character in it. You're never going to meet an individual like that in real life. But the characters feel real. It's like you see a painting of an apple. It looks more like an apple than any apple you've ever seen, but no apple looks like that because, art has a way of making stuff that can't be real appear more real because it's how it is in our mind. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the character also in the books, right? They do also have like those time of rest and stuff like that. And
yeah, we just skip over it because
we skipped over it, exactly. But they're acknowledged so oftentimes, right? It's not the.
They skip over the sleeping, eating, pooping, sexing.
Yeah, and in
they
some
don't skip
books,
over the sexing.
Yeah, well, depending on what you read.
Game of Thrones, by the way.
I mean, if it's Harlequin, it's all sexy.
Yeah, like what I got here, right?
Heck, they don't even skip on the crapping in Game of Thrones.
That's Friday in Robinson Crusoe. So that's like the Robinson Crusoe story told from the point of view of Friday.
Oh,
really
interesting.
Yeah, that's what I have like there, but like it's they in Robinson Crusoe stuff like that, right? The struggle, like the tiredness, like the he's trying to survive and stuff like that. And at some point, like say like, well, there's always like this moment like in survival story where like the character thinks of like, you know what, fuck it, I should just let myself die. And then you find back your resolve and stuff like that. This is interesting, right? This is interesting drama. This is interesting like thing to explore in a character. And if you're the party dynamic,
man versus nature, man versus himself, that kind of stuff.
Man versus himself, exactly. And when you're in a party, like that's a character that might just say like it's pointless, and you get this despair, right? You fall into despair, and then like your buddy is there, say, no, don't give up, right? Well, and then like, oh, okay, I go back on my feet, right? Just like as easy as that. Just somebody like tell me don't give up, and I say, all right.
Use your leadership skill on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not their persuasion skill.
No.
Yeah. Oh, he was talking about like the fast travel in the car and stuff like that, because he was saying not too happy how we did the car in the just using the car as fast travel thing. He said maybe something interesting could happen in the car en route. And yes, but if something interesting happened every time you go in the car, it doesn't become interesting anymore. I think you need to use it with parsimony, right? You need to use it. Is it a word in English?
Well, when you're introducing characters to each
sparingly,
other,
you need to use it sparingly. That's the word I was like.
When players are introducing their characters, I let them do stuff in a car. One guy opens up his wallet to see how much money he has.
Yeah.
the person next to them notices, hey, you got family pictures in your wallet. Oh, that's my mom, that's my dad, or whatever. That was me when I was a little kid. So you have a little conversation like that. I'm listening, so maybe the parents are still alive or they're dead. I don't know, because the player just made it up on the fly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the next 4 times later when they're in their car, they don't talk about their personal life, because now the players know each other's characters. Mostly it's going to be shots being fired at them or from their car.
Yeah, but
or the car's being chased.
Sometimes you just want to go from point A to point B in the car, right? The car is just like a mean of travel. And if it's a short distance where you can just say, well, okay, like you fast travel in time skip, I have no problem with that, because there's more interesting stuff to do in the session than just like, well, we're in the car. Well, I'm fidgeting it about with my seat belt. Oh, it's bothering me on the shoulder. I put it, like, you can do stuff like that. But at some point, like, that's patty cake, right? But
okay, are they going to a trivial place they've been to a bunch of times already in the game session? There's like a regular place they go to.
Oh, that's interesting. If they're going to a place like where they're expecting some trouble when they go there, then there might be something interesting in the car, right? Oh, I'm making sure.
If it's a place they're used to going to and they like going to, that's when I remove it from the game.
But that's
the
when they arrive.
The place is on fire when they arrive. Yep. There's fire trucks everywhere.
Oh no!
Oh no! The Chuck E. Cheese.
If a characters are on the road, I think two things could pop up: opportunities which they don't have to take. Like, hey, you see, I don't know. Depends on the context, but hey, you see a person stranded on the road. It's a pretty woman who's looking to hitchhike. What do you do?
Yeah.
Don't be creepy about it. Or the other is, something you have to address. So we could call it a complication. Like, yeah, you get a flat tire.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you do that too much,
it's boring.
It's always gonna derail your game, right?
Yeah.
They're trying to go somewhere. They technically they probably have something they want to do because they're actually moving somewhere to And now, like, well, we're never gonna get to the fucking thing you wanted to do because something happened all the time, right? At some point, you need to get like just like sometimes you just go someplace and nothing happened, right? If it's gonna be a longer trip, you can do we're gonna do one scene, and that's almost something that I discussed in the session 0 in the social contract or whatever, right? You do one scene, so that's your one chance if you want to do something while in the car, while we're driving there. So I'm not just teleporting you. You got one chance to make something happen while in the car. If we go around the table and you just all say something mundane, then we skip and you arrive where you at, right? If you want to have a conversation in the car, start a conversation and then we have it. If you want to do something like, oh, I stabbed the guy sitting next to me while we're driving, right? Just like, okay, then now something happened and we'll do this scene. If you all do something mundane, that's a signal for me. We're in the car, we're driving somewhere, nothing happened. Let's skip to the next scene.
Yeah, if you're using spaceships and Traveler,
yeah,
sometimes you want to ask the players, do you guys want to role play inside the ship during the trip, or do you just want to fast travel to where you need to be?
Yeah.
Now, sometimes the players have something interesting in mind to role play. If it takes 7 days to get somewhere, they might role play 1 or 2 of those days, but not the entire week.
Yeah, if it's
if
like
you role play the entire week, that's the whole session is just used up there.
Yeah. Exactly. Like if it's like 7 days to get somewhere, right? It can be in a starship, it can be on a regular ship, right? I'll give you 1 day. You tell me something, you role play something mundane. I'll give you another day. You role play something mundane. There you're fucking there. Just like, if you're not doing interesting, we're not gonna do every fucking day, right? I'm gonna give you 1 scene.
That's true.
2 scene if it's long.
The
and
GM can get bored. The GM can get bored and just fast forward.
Like we're getting, I got it, right? You're not doing like if you're saying like
if it's patty cake,
I'm giving you the chance to do something meaningful. If you're not doing something meaningful, we'll get there, right? That's all right.
If it's idle chit chat,
yeah. But I think it's important, like
each
especially if
other's
it's
navels.
if it's long travel and
it.
you say like, oh, I use this time to make some research, or I spend all the week in the firing range, or like, you might say something, right? So like it doesn't feel like you just teleported and nothing happened.
Yeah.
You're just like in stasis, right? You can
I
say
do
like
like montage.
Hmm?
I do like montage
Yeah.
scenes when it comes to
See, I
time
don't
slip.
do the
Like, you
montage.
go over, like, you do research, you set up I don't know, let's say research, because I love sci-fi, science and fiction. So you do research, you do this experiment, something happens. Okay, you set up another experiment, you wait, something interesting happens. After 50 failures of combining whatever elements, when you combine the red one and the green one, there's an explosion. Wow. Make sure you don't burn your eyebrows off. You always burn your eyebrows off.
Also, if it's a make believe spaceship, I'll ask the players: did you guys want to sleep through this in hypersleep, or are you going to be awake the whole time?
Yeah.
Going cabin fever.
Well, that hopefully that's something that the player is just gonna make up on the like one player is gonna make up on the spot, like, oh, we're about to go on the trip on the ship, and he say like, oh, I'm heading toward my cryo sleep pod. There you go. That's what it is now. The other one has to follow along, right? Or if I want to inject that as a GM, I'm gonna tell them, right? Oh, the cryo sleep the cryo sleep pod, whatever, or on this deck, right? And then like I just told my player, you're gonna be sleeping during this trip, so we're gonna skip it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's something that can be like made like on the fly, true role play.
Or if the life support's down and the hypersleeps don't work, so now the characters are like trying to get comfy, sleeping in their
that's one way
drained out cryo sleep pods with the pillows and blankets and crap.
If it's one player that said that, right? Oh, I'm gonna go to my cryo sleep pod, and you didn't want to do that as a GM. You can have like an NPC on the ship, like the mechanics stuff like that. Say, oh, unfortunately, we have to stay awake during this trip because the pods are broken, or the ship, or no, the ship is not equipped with those. It's old school, right? There you go. You just like then you can have your little adventure on the ship. There's always where you can like, if player goes too far with the injection, there's always where you can like walk back without saying no. Actually, right? You do it in story, which is more interesting. It's a skill. It's a challenge, right?
Yeah.
It's a subtle thing. It's like,
yeah.
no.
But that's part of like what makes those role playing game a game, right? It's this riffing about, right? This like, it's a game. There's a skill to it as a player, right? And the skill is to be able to come up with those things on the fly when you're GM.
When I was learning how to role play, I've had players say, I'm gonna go to sleep. That means they're gonna be out of the picture for 7 days during the ship travel.
Yeah.
But then some disaster happens, and all of a sudden they're awake and they're on the bridge. Without the player never says how they got out of cryo sleep.
Yeah.
Because usually someone has to push the button on the outside to wake you up. Otherwise, you're going to sleep through a ship disaster.
So like the worst part is like how did they get on the bridge?
Yeah, they just spawn themselves on the bridge.
Like it feels like
it might take hours to come out of cryo sleep.
Think about it if it was a movie, right? And you see the character go to cryo sleep, and then like there's a cut, and then the character on the bridge say like, "Oh no, that's like," and they explain what's happened. Like people watching the movie would be, "What the fuck happened?" Like, no, like you want to have
that would be an Italian sci-fi movie from the 60s.
The only time I saw a character wake up from cryo sleep in a movie is in The Last Jedi, and we don't talk about that.
What?
I don't know what that is.
The Last Jedi, it's a Star Wars movie.
You didn't see
The Last Jedi.
Don't they do that in Interstellar?
Movie.
Or what's the other movie? Prometheus?
Alien,
you didn't see Prometheus? Or Alien? Usually it involves yellow jello that's poured over your body.
Again with the yellow.
It's not necessary. It's just people like it.
Well, it looks edible. Yellow looks edible, I think.
Yeah, like bananas.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's just
Crispy
baby
asks,
food.
is it okay for travel to once to? Is it okay to fast travel once the player when there's a? I cannot read anymore. When there's player consensus, that's what we've been doing. I think that's the right way to do it. And like I said, like you can get like a subtle consensus. Like you don't have to stop and ask like, well, are we fast traveling that? And then players say, yeah, okay, let's skip it. You know, stay in fucking character, right? Just like
Wait, sometimes I hear the GM say, "Did you guys want to role play this or just go to the destination?" Or was there anything else before we go to the planet? Did you want to role play anything else?
But that's why like I say like just go around the table once, and if everybody just make like what we call an anchoring statement. Do I need to explain what an anchoring statement is?
No.
No, I don't know. Like I'm saying for people watching at home.
Anchoring means you want to role play, right?
An anchoring movement is like a small action that anchors you to the world. That's a term that Crispy came up with, I think. It's a small action that anchors you to the world, but it's not very meaningful. It's like this thing, like you said, like, oh, I'm sitting on the couch and I'm sitting down, sinking down in my seat, or like, oh, I'm fidgeting with a ashtray on the table.
Wait,
or
if you say I'm lighting up a cigarette or I'm making coffee, that gives the GM, you're telegraphing to the GM that you want to role play still. But if you say I'm drinking the rest of my coffee or I'm putting out my cigarette, that's letting the GM know that you're winding down and you're probably gonna want fast travel somewhere.
That's going quite subtle, but yeah, you could see that as well. Like, but those small action, right? Just like it just make that you're interacting with the world somehow, but in a very like meaningless way. What it contributes is that your character still exists. It gave your character reality. You're in presence, stuff like that. You're not just a floating head.
The players know where you're at.
Yeah, and it's sometimes like if you do something meaningless like that, you still exist, but it's a way of saying like I don't have anything to contribute to that scene. I want to skip my scene. I want to skip my turn, basically.
Well, is it meaningless or just mundane?
It's mundane. That's what it's a better word.
In any art, and this is what it is, because we're recreating reality. The mundane is meaningless because
we don't pay attention to it, right? And it means nothing, right? So I guess meaningless. It would mean that because like I'm just saying like, oh, I'm just like I just finished my can of beer and I'm just like wiggling it around. That's my turn, right? That's all I do. It doesn't mean anything. The only thing it means like I don't have anything to contribute to that scene. And if everybody around the table do just an anchoring statement like that, then the scene is over.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like just a pass.
Exactly. We have nothing else to contribute to that scene, right? We're done. So now you can like fast forward stuff like that or role play.
Just don't say okay, you guys all go into the cryo sleep and then you guys all wake up.
No, that would be like if you already like in motion and stuff like that, right? And like you're on the bus, right? And then I'm taking my books out of my bag and I start reading, right?
Just say it's another time. Like let's say it's 10 o'clock, and then they're doing their mundane stuff, and then the GM just says, "Okay, so it's been a week. The ship's in orbit. The ship computer puts the ship in orbit or whatever. That's all you have to say, and then the players start saying if they're waking up or if they've been awake, or if they're already in the drop ship getting ready to disembark."
You know, one of my favorite thing about vampire is that no matter what type of freaking vampire you are, the sun's up, you're going to bed. So when you're running a game, you can tell it's half an hour till sunrise, and people know like, oh yeah, we better get to someplace that's really dark.
I guess that's I never thought about that in the way, but that's true. That's a very nice limitation that prevent like people just like, oh, you've been running around for 3 days without rest, right? I guess
the nice thing about vampire for me is, well, two things. Well, the nice thing about Vampire for me is that one part of it is that you have a limitation on when you're active, and you have like a clock on your session, or at least for the activity you're doing. So it's like, yeah, it's getting pretty. It's not dark. It's getting pretty dark, which means the sun's gonna come up. That's bad. Clock is ticking.
Well,
the other thing,
it's the same thing as mentioning, oh, the storm's coming. Hurricane.
Yeah, always have a clock ticking. Always like, oh, the Gestapo's about to arrive. If there was a game I have that's like a Gestapo.
The gas gauge is pointing almost on the E, and you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but it's also like remembering that the world still keep existing, right?
Yeah.
Like the time
the ferry boat has left the dock. Yeah, because you're late, and you have to.
The other thing I like, and this is a thing either, is I like exhausts and mechanics. So like, yeah, you want to get your dice back to pre-exhausts and levels. You got to go sleep.
Yep.
Which is one thing I kind of like about D&D. It's like if you're a caster, mostly casters, like, yeah, I get this once per day or once per whatever. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna go take a nap because I want to get my stuff back.
Yeah, but I know it's like, oh, we got into a one fight. Well, let's camp here for 8 hours, and then let's open the next door.
I didn't say it works. I just said I like the idea.
Yeah, well, there's like but that's mostly a player problem. Even in D&D in 5e, you have like those exhaustion levels that everybody fucking ignore.
Did Bruce Willis get any rest in Die Hard?
No, but it's not that type of movie. It's a very
also like Die Hard, like it's only one evening, right?
Yeah, it's just one. It's Christmas Eve or something.
Yeah, it's just one evening, and also
it's Christmas.
He does get some rest in Die Hard.
Did he?
Yes. Sometimes he goes from one scene where there's action like that, then he is himself somewhere else, and he managed to hide, and then you see him catch a breather. It's short.
Oh yeah. He gets
and then
he catches his breath.
Yeah.
One of the things I think that players need to learn is how they can pace themselves, or directors, how they can frame and edit their stuff in order to make it look interesting. In order to say, look, this is what I'm going to skip, this is what I'm not going to skip. And, there's this idea that in games, only the GM does that, but in reality, the players need to be involved in making that decision because, what's important to your character is up to you. So you can't just like skip stuff. You just say, "Oh, the DM does it." It's like you can't just.
No, yeah,
you can't just let the DM. Yeah, you can't just let the DM decide for you what's relevant to your character and not. They're just lazy and.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, well, you decide. Are we going to do a slow burn for this session, or is it going to be just rush through? You're here, now you're here, now you're here, now you're here.
Yeah, those pace.
Or we take our time. Are we role playing 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months in this one shot? That kind of thing.
Maybe that's one talk we should have at some point about pacing in game.
Pacing that's something huge.
Like the next game I want to work on, like I told you about, like now I'm working on Bastard Sword. I want to finish that. The next project I want to work on is like I wanted to do like a biker game, like about biker war and stuff like that, where you play like bikers. Because the next question I want to answer is how to do like vehicle and travel and speed. Well, I want to figure that out because that's something I've never been satisfied in RPG.
What about in movies? Are there movies that do it well?
Yeah, and there's plenty of movies that do it well. You have like those chase sequence, they're exciting, they're engaging, stuff like that. RPG, they fail at that because like people like, oh, Car War, high octane, like and fucking one turn take half an hour, and you move like fucking 10-inch, right?
Well,
the
problem with chase scenes for me is why they fail flat in RPGs usually, because a good chase scene, you get to see the cars from the outside. But when you're doing an RPG game, you're in the driver's boot, so to speak. So the perspective is like completely different, because chase scenes would be incredibly boring if they were shot from inside a car exclusively, and that's where most of what
I
you do
don't know.
takes place.
I don't know. I think it's pretty. I
So
think in
you'd
movies it'll
rather
still be
have the camera
interesting.
shot outside the car?
No, that's like how you do a chase scene. Like if you do a chase scene from inside a car, it's a bad chase scene. I think
I
You
that's
think I
think
think
so?
you can make. I think you can make it work. I think you can make it work. Just a chase scene from inside the car, almost point of view of the character. What makes it interesting in the movie is that you have this sense of speed, and in RPG always fail. Is well, there's two things. One, now you go into action, and everything gets slower. So like, well, we're supposed to be like frantic, right? It's supposed to be like, okay, like you have to act quick and stuff like that, take quick decision, and you miss that, right? Because now it's all like, oh, now like I have to describe, okay, now the road, there's a road going on the left and the one going straight, and there's a red light ahead, and there's a lot of traffic. Oh, okay, it's very hard to do this. So that's something I want to explore. But also the other big negative point, when the whole party is in the same car or same spaceship or whatever, then what do people do, right? Like the passenger, you're a passenger in the, like you're you're a race car passenger.
mount the guns. Like it's like in New Hope, where the Han Solo is piloting the Millennium Falcon, Chewie is
Yeah,
standing with him, and Luke is moving the gun.
but if you do
So
that,
you know,
that's slow down thing even more, because now like everybody needs to take a turn, right? It's a problem.
if it's two people, it's not
Well,
a
that
problem. If it's like
I
four people, it's a problem.
slow down the pacing so that players can introduce themselves more to each other. If it's a slow scene,
Yeah, if it's a slow scene, but when it's a fast scene,
because Star Wars has slow and fast scenes, and during the slow stuff, the characters know each other more. They learn something.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But
I'm
during
not
the
a
fast scene,
scoundrel.
right? Like during the fast scene,
The fast scene, they're just trying to get somewhere.
but you're not gonna skip. Like you're not gonna go see the pilot, and then you stick with them for a few seconds, and then see the gunner. And when the gunner do something, you see him. When the pilot do something, you see him. But you skip around, like so you still got this sense of speed.
If you do that game, you're gonna have to describe everything that happens through the mirror of the car.
Yeah, I think that, but like what I'm saying is, like I'm saying, like I never saw a role playing game doing it right, and I don't know if I can do it right, but I'd like to give it a try. And that's
Well,
also
each
why I
player,
want to do with
the player
biker, because
says,
like,
well, each time, the players only get 30 seconds to narrate what they're doing,
yeah,
Even less. 30
where
seconds is the
where
mark.
they're traveling to.
yeah,
Let's say, what's that scene? Endor, is that what it's called? And Luke and Leia are on one of those stormtrooper cycle things, that
yeah, speeder
Yeah.
bike.
the air cycle, whatever. They're on one of those, and they're just narrate one of the someone's in the front, someone's in the back. Anyway, one of the players is just describing how fast they're going and where they're turning to, and the GM just narrates what the scenery's like zipping by them.
Yeah,
How fast are the trees zooming by their head.
yeah. I think like player narration, and like it needs to play a big role in the, you know, like if you take the lead, if you're like you almost need to be the one describing what's happening, right?
Now, if the character's really good at driving one of those things in a dense forest, I wouldn't ask for any rolls.
Yeah.
But the minute they're being shot at, can they dodge a laser? Then I'll have them do some dodge rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I
See
remember
if they get hit or the thing they're riding on gets hit.
in my favorite book, there is one scene that describes a character. He's rather wealthy and he has a very fast car, and it just describes him going in the car and everything looks like a blur except the horizon. Narrating speed in a book or in words is very difficult. That's the thing. It's because words are slow.
Yes. Yeah.
And images are fast. It's a blur. Like, how do you describe a blur? It's really blurry.
Yeah.
Or show
But
a
I think
picture.
also like people like well, when you roleplay with for speed and stuff like that, I think also it's like don't describe like every like 5 meter, right, or 10 meter. Like you need to be like blocks at a time. You're
no, it's
driving
just
around.
like in a movie, not modern movies where they cut every second, but in an old 70s Steve McQueen movie where he's just chasing going on. They usually don't show the driver inside the car because that's the stunt guy, not the actor.
Yeah. The actor is filming in front of like a screen.
Okay, I want to try this out. So let's give it a go. So you're driving in a car.
You can't
You're
say
driving
you.
in a car. Sit. Let me try.
Start over.
What's your character? Let's say Max drives a car. In the rear window, you see a block. You see a corner
You can't say
block.
you.
Oh yeah, in the rear
You can't say you.
There is.
In the Max.
Behind you. Yeah.
Your rear view mirror.
In the rear view mirror, there is this.
And the rear view mirror, in the rear view mirror, you pass a corner block. Before you notice it, you pass another corner block. Damn it! Before being noticed,
you can't say you.
This is hard.
You can't say it before you notice. It takes practice.
Yeah.
Because you're role playing the player.
By the time that's noticed,
yeah, cheating now.
By the time it's noticed, another corner block has been passed. And same on. The corner blocks cannot be registered due to.
Well, I'm the one driving.
Yeah, you're the one driving.
Am I not the one to see that?
What?
I'm zipping through the corner block. I have barely time to notice them, right? I should be the one saying that because I'm the one driving, right?
Yeah, you need to do. A lot of it is going to be on the players. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, and then you can say like, no, you
can say
you can say like the no, yeah. So you can say as a GM. Sorry, you can say as a GM.
You are here. You've reached your destination. That's about it.
Or the building goes from apartment building to industrial neighborhood, right? Now you okay.
What are you trying to describe though?
Well, driving.
Just
and
driving?
You're moving around the city, driving fast.
One reason.
Just have the player describe that they're driving fast through a city.
Yeah.
One reason these things are so difficult to describe is that no one who's driving and is sensible will focus enough on his environment and introspect on the experience while going 100 miles an hour. It's incredibly dangerous.
Nah, I let the players imaginate what that's like in their head. I'm not going to describe that to them.
You can't go back to the experience of you doing it, because when you get that experience, it's incredibly dangerous. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is a role-playing game, though.
Yeah, but it has to be based off of some real-life experience of you driving.
You never drive like 100 miles an hour?
You don't want your RPG to simulate. You just want it to emulate.
It's difficult to simulate without emulating. If
don't use RPGs as a simulator.
Like I've drove quite fast on a motorcycle, right? When I used to. That's the reason why I don't have a motorcycle anymore.
Or how about this? If the players don't know how to roleplay that, don't have it happen in the game. If they can't roleplay their character, don't have their character doing things they can't imagine.
But that's the point I'm saying. Like that's part of the reason why I want to make it the biker games. Like first, it's expected that every character is going to be on their own bike, so you don't have this problem everybody in the same car, right? So that's already there. Then you can have you can do the road rash thing when you drive next to the guy and hit him with a chain or a bat, whatever, right? So that's keep this thing interesting. And third, it's something that I have more experience with, and I could work more I'm leaning on my bike, I'm stretching my knee out, almost touching the pavement. putting my shoulder over the other side of the bike, right?
Okay, so you know what you're talking about. I don't.
Yeah.
I've never ridden a motorcycle before.
This is
Well,
this
once.
is another case of the character knows more than the player does. Like the character is an expert racing motorcycles or a fast driver. The player doesn't have to know or experience any of this stuff, but their character knows how to do it.
You know, the know-how, yeah, so, but at some point you got to be able to relate what, driving a motorcycle feels like. Now, I've only been once on a motorcycle in my life.
As a GM, do you have to narrate to the players how they feel?
No, the players need to know how to do it.
Yeah, but you should imagine, right?
Okay, do the players need to narrate how their characters feel racing super fast?
Yes.
Yeah,
racing fast, it's a fight against your instinct. You get scared and you want to do the wrong thing that you should do, right? Especially on a motorcycle, like you get scared, you go in a curve, you take a curve a bit too fast.
You would need a skill on motorcycle to even be on motorcycle, first of all.
Yeah. You took the curve a bit too fast, and now you get scared, and you would want to slow down, but actually you probably shouldn't slow down. You probably actually should speed up, right? And lean the motorcycle more, right? You took the curve too fast, and you're leaning the motorcycle too much. You're afraid you're gonna fall on the side, but actually, like, don't try to straighten up because you're gonna go off the curve, right? You need to lean more and speed up, right? It's always a thing. You always have to go against your instinct.
If a player says, "Okay, my character's on the motorcycle, they're going super fast, they're going around a turn, they're getting nervous, they've never done this before," they start to slow down or whatever.
Yeah,
and that's when they roll for a hazardous check.
Yeah, that's what your skill check or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, I'm
that's what I want to. That's what that's something that should be interesting, right? It's about like going in a straight line. That's fine, right? You just go in a straight line. When you go into those curves and stuff like that, that's where the skill come in. And if you're like in chasing in a motorcycle, or even in a car, is the same thing as well, right? Taking the right curve and stuff like that. This is where you're gonna. This is where it's gonna make a change, right? In a straight line, it's going to be based on the car. Some car are faster than the other.
You're in one of those motorcycles where your arms go down into the forks holding the wheel to the thing, and you're going at 200 miles per hour on a straight road. Everything's hunky-dory, but and then you say the road goes to the left, a sharp left ahead. Yeah, the player's like, "Oh crap," and they're trying to lean to the left or something.
But it's also be like it should be about like risk management, right? Oh, there's a curve coming up ahead, and you're being chased. Are you gonna slow down and take the curve more safely, or are you gonna try to take the curve aggressively?
Yeah.
That's what an interesting choice comes in.
How immersed are you? how immersed are you plugged into your light cycle? And is this something your character's used to doing? Your character just knows how to do this stuff.
Yeah. But we all think we know how to do those stuff until we screw up.
And then the road ends up ahead. It's not constructed yet. It's still the bridge isn't there crossing the river.
Yeah, but you go off the bridge and you do the Evel Knievel jump and you land and everything's happy.
Yeah. Do they have cool motorcycle acrobatic skill? How fast were they going?
Do you have a cape?
Yeah. And a parachute.
And a Gaudi jacket.
Yeah.
And then you're blinded and the visors come off your face and the hood lifts up and some girlfriend's telling you your time's up. Your 15 minutes of fame are over. Get out. People are waiting in line.
And it was a simulation all along. But that's the thing.
She's pulling the thing out of the back of your head.
Now with Bastard Sword, like the question I'm trying to answer is like, can you have a crunchier game that support where the crunch support role play instead of like fighting against it? And the next one I'm gonna do after that is gonna be like, can you have a role playing game that is about speed, going at high speed, right? And that feel fast and that feel like you're going fast.
I don't know. In Mad Max Fury Road, they're going super fast in cars, but they're having little conversations inside the vehicles.
Yeah.
While someone else is doing the driving, and they're not even looking out the windows.
They are fight on the car because somebody else jumped on the car on the truck.
Yeah, someone's on the hood on the roof of the car shooting their gun through the roof.
Yeah, do they have
the
guns?
bullets go through the car, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And then they get their weapons and they start going, boop, 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 boop. And the roof comes off. The guy's missing, but he's still hanging on the backs though.
But that's something that can be hard to do in a role-playing game.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I just did it. I just described it.
Describing it is one thing. The rules for it is another.
It's when you're multiple player on the table that becomes hard, right? Because now everybody needs to take their turn, right? We want to do something meaningful.
Practice, like.
But yeah. But anyway, like I'll figure it out. I'll work on a system that support that and make it like.
Well, the players got to know the mechanics to die. To die roll.
You might want to steal the mechanics from a board game about car racing called Formula 1, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's just a game about car racing.
The one with different dice for different gear?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I heard about it. Never played it.
I think you might want to do something similar because, look, let's face it, board game guys are better at game mechanics because that's the one thing they do.
Yeah. But I need to finish Bastard Sword before I go into that. Like I was like at some point I was putting some work in there and doing something, and I said, you know what? I need to fucking put that on the back burner. I need to work on one thing at a time. Otherwise, I'm never gonna finish anything.
No, I have the opposite problem. If I don't do everything at a time, I just produce crap.
Oh, really?
Basically, in these games, all you have to do is just say where your character is and what your character's doing. And is there a role I have to do or no?
Yeah, in a fast way.
And then it's someone else's turn.
Like your turn should take like a few seconds, not even 30, right?
No, 30 is the max.
Oh yeah.
No, if you're in a panic mode, you're gonna do it way sooner than 30 seconds. You're gonna describe really quick what you're doing.
Yeah.
Just go round robin, unless someone's bleeding out in the trunk of the car, who's stowawayed. Nobody even knows they're in the back of the car. That's my NPC.
I get people.
They don't have a turn.
I give people 1 minute usually to describe what they're doing because when I'm asking, a player character what your character is doing, well, that's expected of him to say. I don't want to say, "Oh, I just do this. I walk to here. I do this." I want something long that is how he addresses the situation he is in right now and changes it in a markable way. Like it's like blocking. Like I want there to be blocks between how the scene progresses. I don't want there to just be I do this and I do this and I do no. This is the situation. How are you dealing with it?
No, you don't want to say I do this. That'd be boring.
No, and I like the short description.
I holster it. I put it like this. I look at it.
I like the short description, and that's also part of a social contract. Like keep your turn short, and the next player should try to keep his turn as short. So I drop my gun. That's an action. That's fine. Let's go to the next guy, right?
Yep.
And the next guy
someone's aiming.
I raise my hand, right? And the next guy say, I close the door quickly. Try to hold it close, right? And there you go. And then we're back at the guy that pulled his gun. That's fast.
Yeah, someone's reloading, someone's aiming. When you get back around that person, that person who's aiming
take shorter turns, and you'll be able to take more of them. And then it may also mean that you can change you can adapt to what's the other situation involved more, right?
And you don't have to say where you're at each time because we know you're aiming from behind a wall. You're still there.
Yeah, unless you move, you don't have to say where you are right now.
Yeah, once in a while it's good to remind, right? And it's also good. What I like about the saying where you're at, you don't have to say it every time, but you should say it like once in a while. But
when
also that's the thing. If you tell your player like tell me every turn where you're at, right? They will want to move more because they won't want to stay, and that's good. people should move. You're in a
if they're aiming. Let's say my character's aiming from. Yeah. Let's say I'm pointing my gun above Leo's brick wall, but now I'm being shot. Shots are fired at the wall. Like so now on my next turn, I'm after someone got told they're shooting at the brick wall. When it's my next turn, I'm no longer aiming. I'm ducking and creeping behind the brick wall, getting away from the fire.
But that's my point, right? Just like it's easy to forget to move if you don't say where you are, right? If you say like, oh, I'm standing next to the couch, I'm aiming toward the door. On your next round, now you get to say where you are, right? Well, you don't say, oh, I'm still next to the couch. You say like, I'm moving toward the kitchen counter and I'm still holding my gun toward the door. There you go. It creates much more motion, make the scenes more interesting.
Or you're going down a hallway, and each time you're asked during your turn what you're doing, you're opening up another door in the hallway and looking in the room.
Yeah.
And then your next turn, you're at another door and you're looking in that room.
Yeah. Or maybe it can take you 2 turns open the door, right? You move the door and you put your ear to it.
Well, if it takes you 2 turns, I open the door. It's jammed. Oh, it's heavy.
That's too late. You can't do that. If the player opens the door, I let them open the door. I can't say
no. What I mean,
well, you don't.
Or maybe it opens. Maybe it opens a little bit. You mean like you can't be putting your arm in front of your face. The AI gets confused. Now you could say. You could say the door opens only halfway.
Yeah.
I mean, you should say the handle goes down and then it's stuck. Stuck. It goes down halfway and.
But what if the player already says they opened the door? You can't retcon what really happened.
Well, you shouldn't say I opened the door. You should, this you should work out ahead of time. You should say
the
like
player
don't say something
I kicked the door in.
Succeed.
Yeah.
Say what you try to do, like, oh, I write a novel.
The player says, I kicked the door in, and then you say, well, actually, it's 20 inches of steel. You didn't kick the door in.
No, you say, I kicked the door, and it says, great, you kicked the door, and all you feel is kick the door doesn't budge, and there is a huge pain in your foot.
Yeah, because that's also like, if you want to describe a scene, like I was saying, like, oh, like you could like go to the door. Maybe your one turn is just you go to the door and you listen to the door, right? Trying to, and that's your turn. And like the GM doesn't say anything about noise or anything like that, so you assume there's none. And you just say like, I turn the handle and I push the door. And then the GM say, the door doesn't move. It's jammed.
Yeah.
And then, that's fair, right? Because you just said what you do.
Okay, what happens if they say they kicked the door?
Yeah.
Well, they just kick the door. Like, you can kick the wall. Doesn't mean the wall.
But the door's locked. It's not going to budge. How would you describe to the player the door's not opening after they kick it?
You just
all
say
the
that.
force of your kick reverberates in your foot, up to your knee and your waist.
You can't say you. You can't say you though.
You can say to your knee.
Up to your knee, or I don't know, John's knee, and his pelvis, and he feels his bones rattle as if they're out of place.
You can't tell what a player feels.
No, you can tell if a player feels pain. Like, you get shot, it holds.
No.
Okay.
Pain.
You can't say what players feel.
Yeah,
you would just have them roll. Make them do a strength roll or something. If they fail, the player can then describe the amount of pain on their foot after trying to kick the door.
That should be the player.
Or you could say, right? You could just say, "Oh, your ankle breaks, your toe breaks, your big toe snaps in half." Something.
I guess you could say, I don't know, your ligaments. Your ligaments feel like a bungee cord.
No, you don't tell them.
You can't say what it feels like.
Oh yeah.
Just all you can do is say what happens to their foot. That's all you can say.
Yeah.
Your foot comes off. Your foot breaks.
You need to trust your player that they're gonna role play how they feel about it, right?
Yeah.
You need to be able to trust.
Yeah, they'll
like,
role play.
This whole thing about
After being
role-play,
told their
trust is
foot
very
comes
important.
off, they'll role play.
Yeah, trust is essential. If you don't have a player you can trust, you cannot role play.
That's true.
Yeah, I wanted to
I
say
usually
talk about that.
I usually don't trust people to role play out painful things.
Well, you got to vet your players and find players that want to role play.
And you got to train the players you got, right? You got you got to talk about them. So like,
and it takes
I'm not going to tell you tell them. I'm not going to tell you what your player do. I'm not going to tell you what your player feel. I'm not going to tell you what your player know. But then you have to pick up that slack. I'll let you.
And the social contract says, it's very important, who describes the failures and successes of die rolls. So you want to figure that out first. Some players in a certain kind of game like to describe their own failures, their own miseries. Some kinds of themes or settings want the GM to describe that stuff.
And some games you make a die roll for it, like Frenzy and Vampire. You roll a lot of Frenzy and Vampire.
I'll have to go on YouTube and watch one of those sessions and see how they do it.
What do you play? You play like you play the new. Oh, you play the new one, eh? You play like V5, no?
Me? No, I played VTR.
The VTR. I never played VTR.
Second edition of Requiem.
I only play VTM.
Everyone says that's the best one, the VTR one.
VTR? I never looked at it.
Setting wise,
the meta plot is better than in the first one.
I don't care about the meta plot.
You should.
Setting wise, I think it's better. Fifth edition has something very interesting they do with hunger dice, and I think that's something mechanically that's very good, and it's better than rolling a frenzy roll for every stupid thing.
Yeah, I was interested in look at V5 for the hunger dice. That seemed to be an interesting mechanic, but I'm not that much into vampire because my view about vampire. I think they're always like a metaphor for homosexuality and stuff like that. So I think they're always a bit weird.
I went to there was this guy who wrote Dracula. His name is Bram Stoker, and he's from Dublin, and I live in Dublin, and I went to his house. And you go to his house, and there's like a small museum dedicated to him and about Dracula. And eventually, there's like a tour guide, and the tour guide walks you through the 5 million allegories for vampirism. Some say it's homosexuality, it's sex, it's drugs, it's I'm not kidding. It's xenophobia. One of them was it's fear of the British. It's anti-Semitic. It's like so many million things. And eventually, I look at him and said, "Look. It's a fucking vampire. It's just a story. Shut up."
Well, if you read the book, you can make up all kinds of symbolism from it.
Yep. But my point is,
plus,
I like
the time the book was written. There was symbolism back then.
Yeah. My point is that I like Werewolf better. But apparently, the Werewolf 5th edition, they screwed up the hunger mechanic or the rage mechanic. Like they tried to do the same thing as with the hunger, but they screwed it up apparently. Like I don't know. I don't know. But also I fucking hate this company.
I would just stay away from the 5th edition stuff. just use the 20th anniversary, whatever it is.
Stay away from the 5th edition of all game.
The 2.0. Use the 2.0 stuff.
Yeah, like how screwed up do you have to be if you make 5 editions of a game and you can't nail it the 5th time?
Well, that's Dungeons and Dragons.
I fucking that's a big pet peeve I have. Like I fucking hate. Like a new edition should mean a new system. A new edition is like you fix some error in there, you like fix some typo, maybe you clarify some rule, maybe some minor change, but it shouldn't be a new system. A new system is a new fucking game.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like that's something that drives me nuts. Yeah, calling something
Traveler.
else.
There's like 14 versions of Traveler.
And that's the funny thing. Like you look at Dungeons and Dragons, right? There's way more than 5th edition, right? There was like the Ohms edition, the Metzer edition, and the Mold edition, stuff like that, right? And those are there was a bunch of edition there, and at some point they make a new system, and they gave it a new name. They call it Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. And then there's been like with the 1st edition and the 2nd edition, and that was the same system with some change. But then it's when WotC decided we're gonna make a new game. and we're gonna give it the name of the old game that already had like 6 or 7 edition, but we're gonna call this one 3rd edition.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna make a new edition of that game. We're gonna call it 3.5, and it's like, fuck. What's the meaning, people?
Okay, just marketing. We get it.
What's the excuse for making new editions? Is it because the old book is out of print?
No, well,
and you don't want to pay.
Because...
You don't want to pay You don't want to pay the writers and the artists from that book. You want to start fresh, something new.
I think that's the reason.
Want to reinvent the wheel.
Look, it's a corporation.
Because everything's in print now. Because of the internet, everything's in print. There's none of this. You can't get the book anymore. You can buy AD&D first edition in hardcover still if you want.
Just like at some point when everybody bought the books, what you gonna sell them, right? Everybody that's interested in D&D got the D&D 5e books now, right? So now you got either you pick up more people, you sell the same your already existing customer, you sell new books by saying, oh, it's a new edition.
Monopoly, Clue, Risk. They just keep selling the same board game. Candyland, for God's sakes, Candyland. It's still for sale. It's still in print. People still buy it.
Warhammer, for all its faults, when they make a new edition is really different than the previous one, with different mechanics and different ways the game interact in different phases, like 10th edition, 9th edition, 8th edition, 7th edition. They're all very different.
Yeah, but it's also like
you don't want your game to go out of print, though.
Huh?
The main thing, you don't want your game to ever go out of print, because that gives other people an excuse to rip off the game and call it OSR or retro clone.
And you know one thing that fucking annoys me even more with this fucking edition thing? They now, because WWII principally fucking screwed up the word edition in role-playing game, you have role-playing game that actually make new edition of their game that need to call them new printing. But also they're not new printing, because a new printing is just like you're doing a new print run with no change at all, right? Now they're calling it a new printing when it is a new edition, because they cannot call it a new edition because the retard call a new game a new edition. So there's like this fucking domino effect of language destroy.
Now it's called D&D Player Handbook 2024. You're gonna read 2024 in the text.
No, they're calling it D&D 1.
Are they calling it D&D 1?
Or D&D Beyond, or just whatever.
They'll have to globally replace
Beyond is
all the 2024
the app,
stuff.
is the fucking app, which is where you're gonna get it, because this is gonna be a digital. They said they're going all in on digital, and people are like, "Oh man, we're fucked."
D and done.
D and done.
Yeah.
Maybe D and done.
I wanted to address this comment by Nicholas. For a long time, you've been on screen now. He said my players in Primal couldn't sleep, and they all got a bit groggy the next day. And I think if your player did that in the role play and it was like brought them on by themselves, that's great, right? That's one solution.
You're in character.
Yeah, you're in character, right?
You're being consistent.
You should think about those things, right? Like, oh, you couldn't sleep. If you're in character, you should be like, how I'm gonna feel about that, right? It should have an effect. Not sleeping, it's significant. But it can be a different thing, right? And it's the same thing, like, oh, you kicked down the door, then you should trust the player that said, well, then he's gonna describe like limping, right? Or he's gonna swear a bit, or he's gonna fall on his ass because he didn't expect the door to be so stern, right? And put too much strong, like different thing. But now, like, it comes from the player, and now it's interesting, right?
Yeah. Instead of the GM saying, "Oh, this is what you do," since you didn't get sleep, since you haven't slept in a week or whatever, your character's doing this now, and the player just sits there and they take it.
Yes.
And then the GM says, "What do you do?" And the player's like, "Well, you've been telling me what my character does this whole session. I have no idea what I do. You tell me what I do."
Yeah, that's a problem.
That's how people play these games. People play it that way, and they call themselves role players at the end of the day.
I mean, they can call themselves whatever they want. I don't have to believe it.
Well, like, if someone tells me they're an artist, I usually believe them, and when I see their work, it looks pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
But when someone tells me they're a role player, I question that seriously. I don't think so. I don't think you're a role player.
Fuck, I'm behind.
I find out they're a human die roller. That's what they are.
Yeah. Crispy was asking earlier, like, would dungeon crawl be improved if the focus was on travel as the main obstacle? That's interesting.
There's a bit of an issue. Like dungeon crawl suggests you're gonna be in a dungeon, but the main thing is travel. That's a travel crawl.
You're always going to be unless you're reading text on a wall. You're always going to be moving through a dungeon.
Yeah.
You don't stay in one place. You don't stay in a hallway for an hour. You don't wait for the GM to move you into room 17.
Because dungeon crawl, like I often joke that role-playing games are like it's all about like opening doors and then like dealing with whatever obstacle is there to the next door and stuff like that. And dungeon crawls are really like the epitome of that, right? It's just like you come across the door.
What is with the door? People complain about your driftwood. No one talks about the doors in that game.
Yeah, like people
Guys
come
have been
across
playing
the door
for 30 years and they still don't know how to.
It takes 20 minutes to open
a door. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre to me. Don't you guys practice this game you've been playing for 30 years? Come on.
But it's really what it is, right? Just like, oh, this door is locked. Okay, now I'm gonna try to pick the lock. Oh, you fail. Well, I'm gonna try to pry it open. Oh, you fail. Oh, then we're gonna find it a different way. Oh, there's another door there. Oh, it's a secret door. Or it's like, it's always about fucking door, right?
Well, because you have a
skeleton. Just have a skeleton open another door and come into the room with swords.
You have to have doors because there are rooms, and if there's nothing separating the rooms, then you're gonna fight everybody in the dungeon at the same time, and that's gonna suck.
But it's also like create like those artificial like containment, like, oh, this encounter in that room that is closed by a door, right? Just like, oh, kill the people and then get the next door. But my problem is like it's about like how long people take to open those fucking door, right?
Yeah.
When you look you listen to those actual play, and it's like, and
like the door is the subject of the game.
At some point, like there was even a joke in Critical Role, like in the a meta joke about like, oh, like doors were their arch nemesis because they kept failing opening doors somehow, right?
Yeah.
They're like, how did you fucking fail opening a door? Like, not every door is fucking guarded.
One of the players could just walk ahead and say, well, I'm going to look down this way for a door.
Yeah.
Or for another way. Don't make one door that's locked the only way in or out of the place.
I used to have a player whose name was, literally his name was Dor, D-O-R.
That's cool.
That's
a
common name. No, it's not salt, it's the name. It means generation in Hebrew. It's also a name of a bird. It's a common
What does
name.
It mean?
Generation.
It means generation?
Yeah. It's a common name.
It's short for generation.
No, it's the word generation, Dor. Anyway, so I had a player, his name was Dor, and every time, and this was a game in English, and every time somebody needed to open a door, he was just like, huh?
Okay, what if you...
so in Hebrew, what's door?
The thing that opens room, delet.
Delet?
Delet.
Doors are called delet?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Sar is gate, which is something people also use.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah. Okay, what if you're...
But why would someone be named Generation, though?
Enough.
I'm not in that. I'm not in the culture, so I ask these things.
What if you're going to the Moria, right? That's a dungeon crawl. I think we can agree on that. But it's also about going from point A to point B. How could you make that more interesting than just like, oh, you go into this room, there's a problem in that room, you solve the problem, you go to the next room, you deal with the next problem, right?
the thing is, the way these guys play their games, these 2D players, the door is the session.
Yeah.
They should just call their game, let's go to the door. Who will open the door? There's movies called
it's Dungeons and Doors.
Yeah, Dungeons and Doors.
Yeah.
Well, I think I get why they do it, because for that type of player, the game is about problem solving.
Yeah.
Well, there's a rule about lock picking, so they want to use their lock picks on something.
Well, yeah, but that's because in the vision of Dungeons and Dragons, everything is a problem to be solved, which is what a game is. A game is just creative problem solving. But
for who, though?
Yeah, that's what I think.
For who? Not the players, obviously. It should be about the characters. And the characters should be role
but that's the thing. That's the thing. It's about it's problem solving for the player, not for the character, because there's no role play, right?
Play a board game.
Figuring out what the GM thought of. Right? That's what it is.
Just play a board game. Why are they filling up the RPG space with their nonsense?
Because RPGs are hard, and most people have depression, disassociation, and emotional repression. Like what?
No social skills. They have no friends. It's the only way they can keep old friends together is to play D&D.
Yeah, that too. But honestly, you could have social skills, but still be emotionally repressed and disassociated.
Let's say, writers would get together, right? Famous writers, they'd get together, they'd write journals and journaling, and they'd practice their craft, and they'd all write the next American whatever, the great American novel.
Yeah.
But role players, these so-called D&D players, they get together every Friday, Saturday, whatever, for their whole life, and they haven't improved since 8th grade. What is that about? Even comic book artists get better at drawing superheroes the more they practice.
Well, because they just do it it's just a way to.
But even people that play bridge get better at playing bridge or hearts.
I've seen that in the gym as well. I've seen that in the gym as well. Like people go to the gym every other day, right, for years, and they don't improve because they never put any thought into it, right? Then it just go through the motion.
That's weird.
Yeah. That's. I used to be a fitness trainer. That's
go to the gym and not improve. Not even get muscle toned.
Very, very slowly. But especially when you go to the higher level, I used to coach people that compete in powerlifting and stuff like that, right? And at some point, they reach this plateau and they're gonna be spending fucking year benching the same fucking weight, right? And say, well, because fucking learn something, for fuck's sake. You can just go through emotion in a fucking week. And
you could be the best in the world, but you still hit a plateau because you reach your limit. You cannot put more muscle on the bone. You cannot. Well, you did everything you could do. Every tiny thing. It's
that's why we're
actually hard.
Now, right?
What if?
That's why you go into the drugs?
You spend 20 years doing weightlifting.
Yeah.
Now you're 20 years older. Your body can't repair itself or rebuild itself or regrow itself like it used to.
You don't. If you keep lifting weight, you're not gonna lose much, but it takes much longer to recover, and you do need more rest
and more protein.
And more and it doesn't. You don't need at 35 is the tipping point. When you pass 35, you realize fuck, man, I'm getting old.
Usually, you have to have a reason for weight training. When I was a kid, it was called weight training. You either did it to bulk up and be the Hulk, or you did it just to stay fit, or you did it to lose weight. There's certain ways of doing it.
You do it.
It's like brushing your teeth. You got to do it. Imagine you met somebody who says, "Oh, I don't shower or brush my teeth." I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
You do it to get rid of the rage inside. That's why, Sean. That's what happened.
If I go to Walmart, I see lots of people with no teeth, and I'm like, how, what? I have all my teeth still. How come they don't have they're young and they're missing all their teeth? What happened there?
Yeah,
I've never been to a Walmart.
Maybe it's genetic. Maybe certain genetic people go to Walmart.
Well, it's social economic factor, obviously.
When you go to Nordstrom, people have their teeth.
Have you ever been to China?
China?
Yeah.
No.
I used to live in China. Chinese people, they smoke a lot, so a lot of them have very bad teeth.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
They have really bad teeth.
I would say farmers have fewer teeth than the nobles, the mandarins.
I broke one of my teeth the other day, by the way.
Oh, no.
Talking about teeth now, like I chipped it. I don't know how.
Yeah, one of my
I just
teeth
realized
is
at some
chipped
point
from playing soccer. Guy kicked the ball right in my face.
Yeah. I think actually it's a crown that I had that I lost, probably because I broke my teeth before. I don't know. Broke my teeth.
Yeah, anyways, dungeon crawls. I think the best way to improve dungeon crawls is by having something interesting. Like, dungeon crawl is a medium, it's a thing you do while pursuing something else that's actually interesting. Like,
well, everything's a dungeon. If you're inside, for the most part, that's a dungeon. Going through an office space in a high rise, that's a dungeon.
Even if
A
you're not
subway,
inside, like,
dungeon.
I say a dungeon is a self-contained space for adventure.
It's usually a level, like in a video first-person shooter. It's a level. There's this way coming in, and this way goes out.
Yeah, it's like it's just like but you could be like in this if you're on an island, like we talk about, like the shipwreck island, like
yeah,
the island is a dungeon, right? And there's different thing happening at different place, like with the rooms and stuff like that. So everything can be a dungeon.
It could be like an arena.
The point is,
outdoor. I use arena terminology for outdoor stuff.
I mean, there's a structure to the encounters, and there's a connection and a logic and the flow, quote unquote, between them. That's what makes a dungeon work as a game piece. That you're going from A to B, and from B you can go to C or D.
Is every dungeon 1 square wide? The hallways are they only 1 square wide or 2 squares wide, or
does it matter?
How many pages of graph paper does it take to go across the dungeon?
Look, if you're doing a mapping game, then go ahead, but then you're creating a mini game within it, and that could be a fun activity.
In Skyrim, they jazz it up. You go into a cave. It looks like a regular cave, and then the cave slowly turns into this weird Balmer type situation. And you got these weird creatures with the Falmers, and then it starts looking more Dwemer. There's less Falmers, and it's more underground ruin built by the Dwemers, and you've got these animatronic robot things running around still as security guards. And then you get through that, and you end up in some paradise underground thing called Blackreach. I was like, whoa, this is cool. Yeah, it's underneath Skyrim. There's a whole city underneath Skyrim.
Oh, yeah, I've never been there.
Everything glows in the dark.
Well, I made a game that there was this.
So make the dungeon have variety instead of it just being square rooms.
No, variety. Dungeons work because it's in that respect, it works because it's archaeology, and when you look into archaeology, you can discover something substantial about the past, because
like Laura Croft, her dungeons were varied, even in the same dungeon.
Yeah,
if you're talking about I've only played the first one from '95.
The dungeons in the Dark Souls or the From Software games.
That's MrMax's game.
Yep.
Oh. I've recently been replaying Elden Ring, and one of the things I like about a lot of the areas is how they can really tell you a lot about the place you're in.
Yeah, so, it's they really do like the environmental storytelling, and you talk about like the first Dark Soul, right? Basically the whole fucking first part of the game, like before like the Sven's Fortress. That's one dungeon, because like everything is interconnected and stuff like that, and you got the Underberg, like that's when you have room there. It works basically as a dungeon, right? It's very dense, and that's one of the best fucking level design ever, right?
Yeah, it's really good. I prefer Elden Ring because I'm claustrophobic.
Oh,
So I don't like dungeons. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I like the idea of being able to go, which is why I don't usually do that. Like, I only have one dungeon I ever did, and it's like, long story short, there was this ancient civilization that built a huge, huge tower. I'm talking about skyscraper-sized tower with a base as large as a small city. And this is where they based their empire off of. One day, when the empire, after it has already fallen, there was a great earthquake that swallowed this tower into the ground.
Yeah.
Now, people inside of it were convinced this is the end of the world. And in a way it was, but they also thought that the world outside has ended and they are living in the rapture. In reality, they were stuck underground and they continued living, waiting until the world will really end for thousands of years. So that's
you would hate Silo then, because they're trapped in the silo.
No.
And they're told the world is radioactive outside.
Yeah.
No, pass.
You don't want to do Cabin Fever? I like doing Cabin Fever.
One thing I don't like about dungeon is when they're just like you said, like a series of problem to solve, right? Like that for me, like that's we're not exactly just like we're playing a game, like we're like, oh, you present me with a puzzle, I solved it some way. Sometimes, oh, this puzzle is a combat or whatever. This is just a combat. We're just gonna see like this, there's no place for role play. There's no interaction.
Well, there's no description of the dungeon. There's no description of the dungeon other than it's 30 by 20 meters or whatever.
Well, there's nothing for your characters to do. Like, you go into a dungeon, like, okay, my character, he might be an archaeologist and he's making the discovery of his life, but dungeon-wise, you don't look at it like, I have this room and I got to roll this dice, and in reality, it's like, okay, well, like,
these
why
are
you in the dungeon?
Moves.
Because what I find interesting, what I find interesting in role-playing game is the interaction between characters, right?
Why are you in a dungeon?
Exactly. What I find interesting in role-playing game is the interaction between characters, and you don't get that in Dungeon Crawl very much.
No, you just get. I rolled a 7. I rolled a 12.
That's
all you get from players.
I think one interesting way to do a dungeon is your characters and you all belong to this ethnic group, and you return to your ancestral homeland of many, many generations ago, and you have some conflicting ideas of what your identity as a people are, but then you go in the dungeon and you slowly discover it, and as you do it, you debate amongst yourself, like, okay, well, what does this mean? What does this say about our traditions? Have we interpreted our traditions the right way? That's interesting, because there's values on the line. It's not just like, exactly. I'm going there to get the MacGuffin so I can progress the quest.
Yeah. Get some treasure, right? So
you get XP.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. But and the other thing I don't like about dungeon, I don't like when dungeon they're oftentimes too static, right? Just like, oh, you came in, you have this map and stuff like that. It's like I don't know, man. Just like
the monsters wait for you to come into the
Dungeon crawl, like for me, like they come with preps, right? And I say, like, I like less prep. The less prep, the better for me.
Dungeon crawls, I mean, I'm okay with prep as long as it's interesting and it's telling a story. Like, I have one place that, no spoilers, it's supposed to tell you the what people have done in a specific workshop, and you kind of discover that, and then the experiments they did as you go along, which is interesting. But
I don't want to tell my player a story. I want us to figure out a story together, right?
No, when I say tell the story, I'm saying you go in this place and you see, okay, what happened in this place? Like, you retroactively figure out
no info dump from the GM.
No,
it's not an info dump. You discover this place, and as you do, you piece together what happened here.
Yeah, but like Evan, I as the GM, I do that. But Evan, I the GM, I don't know when to discover the place, right? Oh, there's a workshop, and there's like a bunch of rust too on the...
How many times have you been in a game where the GM says, "Oh, your character would know that this is the dungeon of such and such, and these markings and cave drawings mean this to you, and yada yada yada, and over here you see this, and over here this is happening, and you know that this door, the writing on this door says to you, do not enter." You know, the GM is
I'm
basically.
kind of okay with that.
You ever been to Disneyland? Have you been to a Disneyland?
Well, I don't get what. No, I've never been to Disneyland.
You never been to any Disneylands?
No, there's no Disneyland Middle East.
All right, I thought maybe you went to one in France or something. Anyway,
I went to Jordan de l'Imitation.
no,
What?
you sit on the you sit
park
on this.
there was a park in France called Jordan de l'Imitation, which is like a Luna Park, and it's better than Disneyland because it's not stupid.
Oh. It's like the
It's not American.
village of Asterix.
Yeah, those Asterix
You sit
fans,
in it. Do you sit in a chair and the storyteller narrates to you while you sit in the chair and go on the railroad ride?
I don't do that. I don't like to do that. I'm like, yeah, you picked up a journal of an archaeologist who actually knew his stuff, and you read it, and you read all of it, and as you discover relevant stuff, we're just gonna flashback to when you read the stuff that has to do with it. Does that make sense?
Oh,
yeah.
So you
to
read
me,
the
that's
book
info
and
dumping
then
almost.
yeah.
So you read a book, and we're just gonna flashback to what you read as it becomes relevant.
Yeah, but I think it's still much more like about telling story than we are, right? You're talking about the mountain game design, right? Mountain session, mountain peak instead of railroad.
Well, I view it
when
as
you have like a place where you want to go.
Well, if you have a story in mind before you start the session, you're already one of them.
I don't have a story in mind other than what has already happened, because the characters, they're not. I don't view them as the protagonists of the story. That usually depends, but when I run games, the characters are like, the characters in westerns. They're just coming in and they're picking up the middle of somebody else's story that they set in motion, and they haven't started it, but they're here to decide how it ends. So, the tone of events like has already been set by the NPCs, and they're gonna complete it one way, but the players can alter the course.
Yeah.
I want to go to some of the comments real fast, and then I want to do a wrap up because it's getting late.
Yeah.
4 hours. Is it 4 hours yet? No.
2.5.
Crispy said I want to talk about this in my Sparrow game because interesting travel component. Some character have vastly different method of speed and travel. That's superhero games that are hard. I don't know how you can do them.
I think the speed of mummy films if I'm doing a dungeon. Or the speed, the speed of a mummy. When they go into the pharaoh's tomb or whatever, how fast do they travel in those movies through the tunnels? That's how fast I do my games.
That's what they do. See, they also they try to open this door, right? And then oh wait, what if I press on that scarab there on the wall, and then like the big slab of stone move, right?
Yeah, or they're making so much noise that they wake up a mummy that's now coming at them.
And then they have to run from door to door.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo style.
Yeah, something. Depends on how fast mummies are. I have slow mummies. I have slow zombies and slow mummies. I don't do fast ones. I don't do the ones that run up on the wall and the ceiling as they come after you.
So for Crispy, like superhero game, I find like a very like yes, you have this problem like some character will be able to fly, some character is going to be able to move at the speed of sound or speed of light or whatever.
Wow.
And so I find like very hard like mechanically to manage with them. That's also like going like, well, what you do with the character that like the Flash, right? You have like take him like, well, take 10 turn, while everybody else gonna take one, right? It's like, and at some point it becomes silly.
I have a way to deal with it. I have a way to deal with speedsters.
Yeah.
So this only works with like a dice pool system where you can roll your dice in your pools once per round. And if you want to take an action, the game director, game master, rolls a dice, and you have a speed stat. And if your speed stat is higher than the dice he rolled, then you get to take an action, and everyone else doesn't.
Yeah.
So
does it keep the feeling of speed?
Well, you get to do stuff and the other people don't.
So I guess you could have also like different player with different speed, I guess.
Yeah, so like let's say you're the Flash, you have speed 8 and everyone else has speed 2. You're going to get to move to get actions 4 times as much as they do, but it doesn't mean you can do whatever infinitely, because let's say you have 5 dice and you use all of them in a round. So you are limited by the amount of dice you have. That's how I do speed. And
in those movies, when the Flash guy gets his turn in the movie, he just does what he's going to do during his turn.
No, but then you got like this thing with like now everything is frozen.
How long is his turn in the movie? In the movie, his turn isn't any longer than anyone else's.
Yeah, but that's because
you haven't seen like
he still has a minute of showtime.
No, yeah, you never seen like the movie with this fucking Quicksilver guy, like this X-Men movie.
Those are for what do they call it? What do they call it?
Retard.
No, when a movie has a scene like that, it's for not flair, not
trailer.
For show. What is it? There's a word for it.
It's for the trailer. Highlight reel? I don't know.
I don't know.
But a player can narrate all that during their turn without hogging up so much of game time.
Everything slow down, and I go around and pick up the guard, and I just to
be fun, I put his sunglasses on the back of his head or whatever. I point him this way. I point her this way. They're gonna kiss each other when they keep moving in this direction towards each other. Nah. Just say what you're doing. Just say what you did, basically, because it's already done.
You know the Cyberpunk game and anime with the Sendevistan?
No.
There's the Cyberpunk anime, which I really recommend people watch because it's very good. I cry every time I watch the finale.
What's it called? Cyberpunk something?
Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Oh, okay.
And there's the game Cyberpunk 2077, and there's this thing called the Sendevistan, and it makes you move super fast, and everything else moves really slowly. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You know what it does in the Cyberpunk role-playing game, like the pen and paper?
What?
It gives you +2 initiative.
No, really, that's it. No.
Yeah, it sucks. It's like, oh wow, I get to use this, and I just get plus initiative.
Yeah, I never liked Cyberpunk game.
Yeah. And also, like, I find like superhero also find that are hard on thematic wise as well, like because of you're supposed to play heroes, like so now like there's a lady screaming that she's drowning. Well, now you kind of have to go there, right? You can just like ignore. I don't know.
Well,
it's weird.
I try watching Cyberpunk actual plays with Mike Pondsmith.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
They're painful. They're painful to watch.
No, it's not very good.
They're just goofing off and laughing, telling jokes.
Yeah. Oh, that's awful.
No one's in character. You don't learn anything about Cyberpunk in their game session.
Yeah.
Jason Call is actually, I think he's the only person who can do Let's Plays actually well.
Phil dropped by from his vacation in Hawaii, saying aloha. Now, like he's getting acclimated already to the locals, but he went to Costco, so I guess that's what he did.
I have a Hawaii shirt.
Yeah, I like wearing a Hawaii shirt.
Watch out for volcanoes.
Okay, so Gary Gygax started to wear Hawaii shirts, and ever since then, it's like a tradition for game designers.
I think I don't know.
Mike Pondsmith told this to me.
He had regular clothes.
Yeah, but when he went to conventions,
But when you go to conventions, you're trying to relax. I mean, you go on an airplane, you wear Bermuda shorts. You know, that was his age.
Like a flyer that can go like 200 miles per hour.
I'm gonna wear a surfer shirt. I'm on vacation.
Wait, do you want to hear a joke?
Sure.
You know what? Come on, wait. This is a good one. You see this?
It's a cracker.
No, this is a matzah. Yeah, I guess it's like a cracker. What?
It has to see your face.
The AI, yeah.
The camera has to see your face, or you disappear.
So this is a matzah.
Yeah, hold it in front of you. Hold it under your chin. We know what it is.
Okay, so
What about it?
There's a joke. There was the Passover meal, and there's a blind guy, and they pass him the matzah, and he's like, "Who the hell writes this crap?"
Is that the same matzah that they do the matzah ball with?
Yeah,
matzah ball are awful.
it's awful.
I've never had a ball.
No, the European Jewish food is trash. I don't care what you say; it's awful. It has no flavor, no seasoning.
It's like a saltine cracker with no salt.
No, but a
it's
matzah ball is like
unleavened.
you take like this ball of dough.
What does that mean?
And then
what does unleavened mean?
It doesn't rise.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, but you get it's like
yeast.
Ball of, no yeast. It's like this. That's what leaven is. It's yeast. It's like this ball of dough that's unleavened, so it's very dense. But then they fucking dunk it in a bowl of broth, I guess.
Well, okay, you could get pizza,
or
you can have that made into a pizza. Maybe? And the sauce and stuff and the cheese.
Look, I was just making a joke with something with a prop and
no cheese. No cheese and meat though.
No.
So that's a problem as well for pizza.
Look, I'm not very religious, so I don't follow any of these restrictions. But there are a lot of restrictions.
There's like 400 of them. How many did Moses?
No, 613.
Moses wrote. Okay, then Moses wrote down a whole lot.
That came after Moses, but that's anyways.
It's a whole different
Which book was it in? Deuteronomy?
It's in the next Jesus. I think it's...
No.
Which one did he write most of? It's in the Torahs. The Old Testament stuff.
He wrote
anyway, there's 10 commandments.
That's all.
It's been shortened down to just 10.
Yeah, just 10. But that's all different topic. Like Crispy said, I wrote as a flyer that I can go like 200 miles per hour, right? How do you even what do you even fucking like? It's basically you can just like go wherever you want, right? Just like in a I guess 200 miles per hour. That's not so fast.
Okay, so if you want to make miles into kilometers, take half, add it, then take a tenth and add it. So 220 miles per hour would be 320 kilometers an hour.
Is that true?
Yeah. Because
I want to say
1 mile is 1.6 kilometers.
1.6. Yeah.
1.6 is half and the tenth.
Yeah.
So take half of it and then take a tenth of it, add them up together, and you get what it is. So half of 200 is 100, and 1/10 of 200 is 20. 200, 100, 300, another 20, 320.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like so fast that it's like, oh, you can be anywhere on Earth in a blink, right? That's what I'm saying.
No, it's a very slow plane.
Yeah.
So, okay, we're not talking about a character, we're talking about a vehicle?
No, we're talking about it's a character.
No, a flyer is a guy who flies.
Oh, okay.
Like Superman.
So some person can go 200 miles per hour?
Yeah. Flying.
I'm taking a flight tomorrow. I'm going to go 1,000 kilometers an hour.
Yeah? Where are you going?
I guess if you're traveling separately, then yeah, everyone's got a whole different... It's not the destination. It's... What is it called? It's the journey.
Yeah.
Each character has a different journey if they're traveling differently.
I guess that's what we're talking about now. Like, that was a topic for tonight, like making the traversal. Like, we're talking about wilderness, but making a traversal, making this interesting. Now, like, that's almost like skipping the traversal. Like, oh, I just fly there. Oh, also, how long can you fly? Can you fly like all day, or do you get tired?
Like Super Friends, Batman had to have his helicopter or whatever, his Batcopter to get places, but everyone else kind of flew.
I think Wonder Woman has a vehicle as well.
She got a plane, an invisible
She had an
plane.
invisible plane, so when she was flying, you can look up her skirt.
Yeah.
If you had good vision, see it that high of an altitude. But then they said, "Oh no, she flies." Like when Robert Downey Jr. says, "I'm Iron Man," she basically says, "Oh, I fly now."
Man, the first Iron Man movie was actually really good because it wasn't about a superhero; it was about an inventor who decided to take responsibility for his inventions, and that was cool. The fact that it was a superhero movie was just like, incidental to the stick.
Yeah,
you
That's
see,
just
that's
the
the problem I have with the superhero genre, right? It's too often like there's nothing interesting there, right? You're just like, it's just like a power fantasy. Oh, you're this big powerful character, and now I'm gonna give you a big powerful enemy, and you're just gonna punch him in the face, right? There's no like, you want to do superhero interesting, you need to be like about like some dilemma, right? Like, why don't
No.
Superman declare himself dictator of the world, right?
Like, yeah,
it could happen.
Why? What? Yeah,
It could happen that way.
it did happen in a lot of the Injustice timelines.
yeah. But or like, why would he care about people? Like,
He's
like,
not
do you
human,
care about ants, right?
right? Twilight Zone had those kinds of stories all the time.
Yeah. Like, I think Invincible was decent. I only saw the first season because I didn't like the direction they were going, and I was worried about the season 2. They made too much about like Invincible and not about Omni-Man, which is the actual interesting character, and they tried to make him a bad guy when he's not a bad guy. He's right. Like, he's such a different level that, yeah, you can have like some sympathy toward human, but like you have for squirrel and stuff like that, and you don't necessarily want to kill them for nothing, and you can play with them a bit, but your life is much more than them, right? And at some point, if they cause trouble to your house, you get rid of them, right? Just like,
yeah. When Star Trek, every time they came up, encountered a super powered being,
yeah,
the Enterprise crew were always treated like ants.
yeah, which
every time
would be understandable, right? And maybe there's a debate there to be had, but that's the interesting like character thing, right? Character versus character, like character discussion, like character interacting together, just like punching, like, oh, you're a strong guy, oh, you can fly and jump over a building and you can lift a truck, and this guy can make laser beam from his eyes and have magic shield around him. Now let's duke each other out. That's who the fuck care? I don't get it. That's all they do.
The reason why they have fight scenes when they encounter each other, so the audience can see, or the kids who want to buy the toys know who's the most powerful superhero.
Yeah.
Is it the Thing or is it the Hulk? Which one's better?
The kid or the nerd, right?
The angel argument.
What if
who would win a fight? Wolverine.
What if the Hulk would face Goku?
Yeah, Wolverine versus Superman. Who would win?
Yeah,
Superman. I mean, come on. It's not even like.
Yeah, I guess some Supermans would just, even though he's made of antimadium, he would still rip the skin off his antimadium skeleton.
Look. Superman can just throw Wolverine into the sun. Good luck getting out of that one, kid.
Well, he would regenerate.
Yes,
he can regenerate as much as he wants. The sun is going to be there for a long time, so And when that sun goes out, he can just throw him into another sun. It's that
in the blink of an eye, he could just pick up Wolverine and fly into space, and he suffocates, and then he throws him at the sun.
Yeah.
Wolverine wouldn't even know it hit him.
A lot of superheroes
those conversations, it's all about that, right? It's all about like who would beat who, and so like that's
if you're playing a superhero setting, for one thing, superheroes don't die and they don't kill. Yeah. That's your superhero setting. Some people like that.
I don't.
Just
why don't they kill?
Bang, pow, pow.
Well, why don't they kill? Like,
we're fighting just because we're tough. We're superheroes. Ooh.
Yeah.
What if you're in character?
That'd be one question you can like, one superhero say why we shouldn't kill, like, just like fucking Joker keep doing those fucking killing people, and we keep like putting him in jail, he evade, we put him in jail, evade, he kill more people, right? Let's just fucking kill him.
Is Gotham City just a liberal hellhole?
They assume that the audience hasn't seen every story of Joker and Batman, so when they see it, they go, "Oh, this is interesting. This is this is unique." They don't know this is the reoccurring theme with those two.
Yeah. But like
I mean, people are that stupid in real life. Like, I'm not kidding. There was one IDF Israeli soldier who killed a terrorist, and they're mad at him for killing a terrorist. I'm like,
well, let's
Well,
not
that
go
happens
there.
all the time.
oops.
That's just the media. That's the
Oops.
media.
That's way too political for this channel.
But most
Yeah.
people
currently.
most people who are only 20 years old, they only know what's happening now. They don't know what happened before they were born.
They don't even know what's happening now. They don't even know what's happening now.
Well, that's
They
true.
know what the they know like very superficial level. Yeah.
But they haven't seen
People
they
think
haven't
they
seen
know.
the good movies.
Even people that are into like politics and stuff like that, people think they know, right? And like like I often see people like, you have no fucking idea what's happening in North Korea. You have no fucking clue. Oh, you read a book? How do you know the book when the book says true? Oh, you see like
you're probably not
this
even
report from
thinking
the
about that
government?
stuff.
Oh, the government, no, the government doesn't lie to you. You have no fucking clue.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of low quality knowledge passing off as reliable. Like, no, people in general, they don't like verify their sources. They like hear something and they just.
Oh, it was on Twitter. It must be real.
People don't want to. People just want to know. They're not comfortable like not knowing something, and say like, well, you know what? Get comfortable with it, because like the vast majority thing of life, you don't know. You have no fucking clue. Just accept it and move on with your life. You say, you know what? I don't know about that. I don't know what's happening there. Like, I heard stuff. I don't know what's true. Right? That's fair. That's fine.
It's like when you're a 2D player and you are in a 3D game. And like your eyes open, a light bulb goes off in your head. All this time wasted playing in a 2D mode. And you can't go back to your 2D friends who still play that way.
Well,
I mean, you can play board games with them, but not role-playing games.
You have to treat board games like a role-playing games like a board game if you play with people like that.
Yeah.
Which is hit or miss.
Which oftentimes you say like, now we have board games that are better at being board game, right?
I was thinking of the movie Speed when he posted this, I bet. Because in that movie, the bus can't stop.
Yeah.
The bus has to go, 55 miles per hour?
Something
all
like
the
that.
time? Or something was going to happen.
Yeah, over 50. That was an interesting movie.
I used to work as a bus conductor for many years. That's the guy who goes on buses and checks people's tickets.
Yeah. We don't have those. We don't have those here.
I would argue that if you saw a movie, you could role play it.
Nah.
If it can be filmed, it can be role played.
Yeah.
No.
That's my
not
argument.
all of them.
I'm sticking to it.
Most of them, but not all of them.
Fight me.
Yeah. Speed.
Now, like some novels can't be made into film.
Yeah.
And they might be hard to role play too. But once it's on film, it can be done.
What would be special about Speed? Like, that's the thing, right?
Well, they're handcuffed inside the bus, right?
No. One guy got out of the bus, and now he's trying to do stuff outside the bus to try to disable the bomb and stuff like that. That's a problem, because it's a very like narrow premise. The bus goes to that speed, and there's a part of the movie where they try to get the people off the bus, and then they realize that the guy is monitoring them. So now they go in the airport where the helicopter are not allowed to film. So that, there's an action decision that's been made there, right? That could be like a role playable moment. And now there's a guy that got off the bus and tried to disarm the bomb. What the other people do when they're stuck on the bus, right? Like at some point it quickly becomes samey, right? Oh, I'm trying to reassure the black lady that is next to me that everything is, it's like at some point it become very samey.
Well, it becomes a disaster movie.
Yeah.
You're stuck on a plane. There's no pilot. The stewardess is flying the plane.
But the things are like, the thing is, the Speed movie is kind of like real time, almost.
Yeah.
But the things are very stretched out. Like, because this is a case where like saying like, well, I'm trying to disarm the bomb. Like unless you want to do like this
James Bond movie, He's racing to disarm a bomb or something.
Yeah, but like unless you want to do like very stretched out, this like that's what I'm trying to do. Like, oh, on this turn I'm looking at the counter, and then I'm looking at the cable that are there. Oh, there's a green one and red one. Oh, I'm considering cutting the red one, and then on your next turn, I'm actually cutting the green one. Right, like they're doing one thing like that every turn. Like in the movie, they can do that.
In James Bond movies, it's just one player.
Yeah.
You only have one player in a James Bond movie. The other person is the GM with all of his NPCs.
Yeah.
Same with Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Now in Speed.
Well, you got to look at movies like Fast and Furious.
Player?
They're more of an ensemble.
Was Speed about?
Was like in the movie there was like Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's always the lead. What girl was there? Let me check.
I'd have to watch the movie again.
Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm sure it could be role played.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
I think I saw Speed 2.
I don't know. It'd be very good. They're on a boat.
If you're on the boat, you can just jump out of the boat.
No, because the boat had to go very fast or something. Or the boat couldn't turn, and it was aiming toward the sea.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Wouldn't it be easier with a plane? Like somebody's trying to, like the.
No, Speed 2. I don't fucking ask me. That's what they did with Speed 2.
Oh my god.
It was a stupid movie. Nobody saw it.
No, these are all these movies are stupid. Like, I mean, yeah, okay, they're fun, they're heroic, but in reality, these movies make zero sense. Like, this is not something that's likely to happen, and that's okay. It's a movie, Like,
they're still better than watching actual plays.
That's not a very high bar. It's like,
see, like that's Phil was saying that about the I guess when we're talking about chase and stuff like that, he said get it out with co-creation because describing what the bus does and how it runs into the hot dog stand is the best part. Yeah, exactly. I think you need the co-creation. Co-creation also like speed up stuff. It can because every time somebody take a turn, something happen and the bus move forward, right, or something like that.
Yeah, but is that the best part though?
Yes.
Running into a hot dog stand is the best part.
It's the best part
you
of my
must
day.
really hate hot dogs.
If he's in Hawaii, he has jet lag. If he's in Hawaii.
Oh crap! Oh, here's a joke. You know what this is?
Devil worship? Or what?
No, this is a bomb diffuser saying hello. Because its fingers got blown off.
Yeah.
Whatever. You get one more joke.
Every block is out next then. One more joke. No.
In LA, yeah, I've actually been to LA, and no, it's not hot dog stand, but it's like taco stands. That is every block has literally a place selling tacos and tortillas and stuff like that.
Where?
In New York, it's in LA. You say in New York, it's a dog stand every block. Well, it used to be like
New
that.
York, it's halal food. Trust me, it's halal.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been in New York in a very long time now, but it used to be that like you always like hot dogs everywhere.
It's all halal now, habibi.
Yeah. Omega Alphatron, I'm sorry, I'm taking your message like 2 hours, fucking 2 hours and a half later. Stop that. Hi there, your Traversal topic is right on time. I was just writing a review on the open world RPG. I hope like we strayed away so much. I don't think we've been very useful. Yeah. Da. Cold day, I'm trying to the people talk about the train game. All right, Crispy said I don't really track ration, but I did once as a survival game, and the players still talk about that.
You guys track rations?
When I'm a player, I track my own ration, right? It's like I don't wait for the I know I bought ration, I took rations.
Like you have 2 Pop-Tarts. Yes. And you're sticking to it?
Wait, are we talking like
all of a sudden have 3
of Pop-Tarts? Or 1 packet that has 2 Pop-Tarts in it?
Yeah, 2 packets, each has 2 Pop-Tarts in it.
Okay, so that's 4 Pop-Tarts.
That's like 2/3 of or half a box, I guess. Because boxes come with 8.
Yeah. Yes. Man, I've been a while since I had Pop-Tart.
So you're already tracking.
It's fucking trash.
Is it per packet or per box or? Because you know what, the person who wants to win the game will say, "Oh, we have 2 Pop-Tarts. That means I have 2 boxes, and there are 8 in each box."
Oh yeah. No, but like that's the thing. I'm not trying to win the game. So like I made my character. I bought my equipment and stuff like that. I bought some ration. I'm gonna track them myself. Like, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna eat some of my rations, stuff like that. I'm gonna say
some
that in the game.
SpaghettiOs.
Yeah, I'm opening a can of SpaghettiOs, and I'm
now, how big's the can? Down. How big's the can? Is it 12 ounce, 30 ounce, 60 ounce?
Doesn't matter.
Can?
It's 1 meal.
Okay.
How many calories are in it?
It's 1 serving.
I don't go that much in depth. Right?
Look, just say how many calories are in it. If you want to be specific, count the macros.
How much salt is in it?
How much?
What about vitamin C?
Game like. Man, you're you ate enough calories, but your vitamin C is pretty low, and your B12 is not that great either. If you don't do something soon, you're gonna have trouble.
I mean, if it's relevant, I guess it could make it relevant. Like, you're on a sip, and this is how much time you have to find citrus fruits until you all suffer from scurvy. Get to port.
But that's kind of like a special thing. You don't do it like on
just 4D. Just 4D a Twinkie, but it's stale. It's like 5 years old, expired.
And then you decide to eat it, and then like the GM is gonna decide if you.
You roll. Do a endurance roll or something.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes you don't have to wait for the GM to tell you, like, oh, you should track your ration, right? Just like you're on a fucking adventure in the wilderness. Ration are in the game, they are, right?
And Lord of the Rings,
and track them.
Didn't Samwise have a bunch of biscuits or something?
Yes. Yeah, and at some point it becomes a problem because it's the last that we have, and then he has to ration them, and he cut his part to give more to Frodo.
Yeah,
because he's fat.
But see, do you need to do? Do you need to count that stuff? Because your characters don't go to the bathroom. There's no bathrooms in RPGs.
Well, we do. We just don't mention it.
Why would you mention it?
It's like when you go take a rest, right? That's what you do. What do you think you do when you take a rest? I'm gonna take a short rest, guy.
I'm going in the bushes. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'm taking toilet paper with me. Or there's a bidet in the wilderness.
Yeah.
That's not how you say it. Bidet.
Because that's also something that's interesting. Like because you like you can make as a player, you can make the game more interesting for yourself by deciding to track those things.
Yeah. Where you try to do something interesting on your turn with your interesting character in interesting times.
You can make a game more interesting for yourself as a player if you stop trying to win at D&D. That's also a big part of the lesson here. Oh, Nicola was saying.
I remember when a player was 4D'ing Subway sandwiches just out of his ass.
What do you mean by 4D'ing? Like just
4D is when the player makes up something that they have in their inventory.
It's the co-creation
stuff. It's convenient. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, look, I have a sandwich bag of.
If it's convenient, it's not 4D. That's the difference. No, it's like saying you go to the.
I call it cheating.
You're in a mansion. You're in a house, right? Whatever, and you say, I go to the closet and open it, and I took out a broom, right? You don't have to ask the GM like, is there a broom there, right? You're in a house. You open a door of a closet. It's like probable there's going to be a broom or something like that. It's plausible, right? So you can just say there's a broom, and now there's a broom, right? Even if you're a player, it's a way to avoid like always have to say like, well, I'm going to the closet, I'm looking for a broom, and the GM saying like, yes, there's a broom. Okay, I take the broom, right? You can just like cut to the chase, right? Yes, there's going to be a broom. GM say yes all the time.
I remember in what do you call it? LA by Night, the players asked, "Is there a fire exit?" And Jason Carl, the storyteller of Vampire, was like, "Of course, it's the law." Yeah. Meaning, stop asking me these questions. You know what the building codes are, you dumbass.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like even if the GM didn't specifically say there's a fire exit, you can just say like, I run to the fire exit, and now we all know that there's one, right? Just like it increases the
Because it's the
resolution.
law for there to be a fire exit in houses.
But so it's the law, it's logical stuff. It's all those things, right? We allow people just say like, you know what, I do that, and that's fine. Oh, what about city travel? Welcome to Dwarf City. How much traveling through the city do you role play, or do you let the player goes to the tavern? And anything else? Yeah, you go to the tavern and you never get out of the tavern. Everything happened in the tavern, not as a bro. No, you travel to the city. I would do the same thing. I would give them a scene, and if they only do like everybody only do like mundane stuff or meaningless stuff, then we skip to where they were going. It's always the player like deciding where they go, right? You don't want to role play like every fucking block. Like on this block, there's this, and it's like Also, I don't believe in that.
Sorry.
I say also I don't believe in mapping cities, because you keep them vague, right? Okay, there's like the poor neighborhood and the rich neighborhood and the merchant neighborhood and whatever. And I want to go to the cobbler. All right, there's a cobbler. Is next to the tanner, right? Or maybe tanner would be outside town, whatever. Just like doesn't really matter. So you just make it up as you go. You don't need to have like a map thinking of every business that should be there. And then like, oh, I didn't put any cobbler on the map, and then you want to go to cobbler. Oh, there's none there for some reason, just because I forgot, right? That sucks. So just keep it vague and fluid.
I would actually,
I'll have them go there, but the store's closed. There's a sign on the door.
That. Yeah.
No, I mean, if they're in a dwarven city or in any city for that matter, I would add descriptions of what the city is like so they get a feel for the place they're in. I mean, is the city dangerous? Is the city closed off to outsiders? Is the city friendly? Is the city safe? Is the city rich, poor? You gotta add these. How do the dwarves? What type of culture do the dwarves have? That type of stuff, so you know where you are. That's.
I wouldn't say it like directly, like it's dangerous, it's rich, it's poor, right?
No, I wouldn't either. I would talk about what type of stuff you see. If it's dangerous, you see, a person getting robbed or a person who was obviously just, you tell them there's a person who is crying on the side of the street and he's just straddling to where he is off to go. If it's safe, you can see a woman, and young kids walk on the road, no problem. Walk on the road, giggling, stuff like that.
Yeah, but also you don't want to, at some point if they, you don't want to just do like, is the tour of the city. That's this whole session we're doing, right? At some point, like you need to get the point across.
No, you just give them a taste of it. You just give them a flavor of it. You see, like, oh, this is
just describe the location nearby.
Yeah,
just the interesting stuff.
Yeah, but so like that's what I would go back, right? You describe a bit like what's going on when they arrive. Then you do a scene where they travel, like to wherever they, like if they know where they're going, or a scene where they're looking for their road and stuff like that. On the way there, right? Just whatever, just like, and then if they're not doing anything interesting, like, well, then okay, we'll get you where the interesting stuff is gonna happen. You moved, right? You express that you are moving.
Yeah.
So that's good.
You're just walking down the sidewalk or walking down the middle of the street, or you hailed a taxi cab or whatever.
Yeah. But you're in New York, right? And you want to go to 2nd Street to the 15th Street, right?
Okay.
At some point, you kind of have to cut, right? You're not going to fucking do like, oh, no, you're like, and now there's a corner and a stop. And
when you get into the cab, you talk, you
walk
have a conversation. Yeah. Oh, you're walking?
Yeah, there's no more car or whatever.
Nobody drives.
There's cars, but none of them run.
No, you can do that because now it's gonna be like too much adventure if you do that. So it needs to be like normal, like it's a functional city.
What year?
Okay, it's current year or no? That's not current year.
It's like New York in the worst times.
Yeah, it's like early 2000.
The 1980s.
Let's say.
1980s were a good decade to be in New York City.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
But,
no trash, no bums.
So you're there. You could take a cab, but you have no money. You decide to walk or whatever, right? For some reason, right. So you walk. You're gonna walk like 10 blocks or something like that. At some point, you're not gonna describe like every fucking like. Well, you come to this corner, the corner of a third, and whatever
just
street you are.
Mention a street light or a traffic light or two that you have to wait for it to say walk, and walk. And walk.
Yeah, but you won't do that for you don't want to do that for
just a couple times.
You know, one technique you could do is that if the character is feeling nostalgic to their home back in the Midwest, you can just just focus on a scene of a family together native to New York. Just an example. If the character is feeling particularly happy, he can see a store. He can notice the smell of his favorite bakery. Whatever. You can always add those type of things on the way to enhance the feeling a bit, I think. Yes.
I would mention things that would be some importance. The tobacconist. The whorehouse. The theater.
A burned down building.
The Gimbals, the Macy's, whatever. Something like that. Landmarks. Maybe they'll get used. Maybe they won't.
The place that sells matzah.
I don't describe an inane. What was that?
The matzah. The box of cracker.
But I don't mention things if it's not going to get used. I'm not going to info dump about the slush from the melted snow in the street and the gutters and the clouds. I'm not going to go that's the thing, like, right? Into that.
I'm not there to impress the players with my pros, right? I'm not there to show them how well I can depict a scene, right? That's not how I'm there. I'm there to play a game. I want to get to do interesting
for me, part of playing the game is doing all of that. So, but
I'll mention the time of day, the weather. That's it.
In cinema, they have this term called mise en scene, which means meaning in the scene. And it's how in a film or in a scene, in a movie, something gives meaning to it other than what it is. So a light, obviously it's a light, but it could mean something else in the specific language and context of the scene. And that's what makes a movie, from just the thing you watch to something that draws you in and you feel engrossed by. And
the main character is brainwashed. He's hypnotized, and the red traffic light triggers his programmed memory.
It's not what I meant. Sure. The point is, create mise en scene, because that makes things more interesting to everybody, and that engrosses them. And when people are engrossed, it's easier to be in character.
But how do you describe something, and you want it to mean something to one of the players? How do you do that?
Well, you have to.
Without saying
you gotta ask yourself, well, what does this mean to me? And I'll give you one example. You describe a forest. This was a video made. You go to a forest. There is a big oak tree, and there are shrubs, animals around, and nature surrounds everything. And nature is around. I don't know.
No, it's okay saying you as an object, right? Something.
I think so, as long as it's the predicate.
You can say what happens to you. You can say, such and such happens to you. Like there's an explosion that knocks you off your feet. You're shot and there's a hole in your chest.
Anyways, nature surrounds. That's like a boring description. That doesn't mean anything. If you go and say the great oak tree towers above you, it's as if by some tyrannical decree, its leaves obscure light. At its court, shrubs bar passage.
Are you reading?
That sounds scary, doesn't it? What?
Yes. Are you reading?
I thought you were reading something just now.
No, I was remembering it because I wrote it down for a thing, but that doesn't matter. So you can tell how one description is kind of lame.
So
it's
you're
kind
setting
of
you're setting a tone or a mood then.
Always set the tone or mood. Like, I don't get why people think that they can get away with not.
Okay, so how
Because
much
I like saying
description
what
would
things
you
are.
give though? Would you talk for 20 minutes about that, or just what you said is enough?
No, talk until you can set up the mood, and if you got to talk for more than like a minute, like half a minute or a minute, then you're not setting the mood right. Because if it didn't work the first time, why would it work the second time?
That's true.
I like.
That's
I want.
true.
I want to take my intervention as short as possible, and I don't want to. I can't say like the forest is dark and stuff like that. The canopy is obscuring the sun, whatever. Just like that's fine, right? The rotten leaves on the ground, right? Give the
It's
smell,
daytime,
whatever.
but it's dark time.
Yeah, but I don't want to tell the players or the character feel. I don't want to I don't want to tell them like, oh, this place is dangerous. It's a scary forest, right? No, it's like this is what it is, right? It's almost
describe
like
the
a
location.
documentary, like if you're doing like in an objective way.
Yeah.
You describe what it is, but you try to be objective. So then the player, through the eyes of the character, can see it in a subjective way. Like I want to let the subjectivity to the players for the character.
One character likes
wanna-
climbing trees. One character thinks the tree is like a giant gargoyle. One character hates living things.
Or like somebody's
something.
gonna be, oh, nice it is. Now we're gonna be protected from the sun, right?
Yeah.
But this nice canopy that's gonna give us shade.
One character's looking for birds, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't doubt.
Shade for once.
The way I go about it is, you have to, when you recreate something, you have to be selective with what you describe. Now, you can be journalistic about it, but even then you need to choose something by a type of way, and if it doesn't have any meaning to it, you're not making a narration.
I'm not the one giving meaning to it. The meaning is in the people like interpreting it, right?
Yeah,
the player and the character should take the
things.
meaning. Yeah,
they might not use the same meaning you want them to have.
Like I'm not there to tell you a story. I'm not there to tell the player a story. The player are not there to be my audience, right? I'm describing what is. They
or
can
you show them a
it
picture. Show them a picture, and they can come up with 1,000 words to, describe what they're thinking when they're looking at the picture. You don't have to say a word.
I don't have picture ready. What do you think I'm gonna take picture from?
I actually took a picture. Of a forest.
Well, I usually have like 4 pictures
near my house.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about how to say this in a way that makes sense. Like,
I usually have a picture for the opening scene, and then I have a picture for the interior of a building, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I let the players imaginate what the inside of other buildings look like.
I'll
have pictures of NPCs.
It's like you got a picture from the interior of a bank, and they say, "Oh, we go to the water pump station." No. Oh, this is what it looked like.
You see this? Oh, it's the Washington Monument. Great. I try to use NPCs that no one's seen before, and I try to use buildings no one's seen before. Or concept art of stuff that's not even made.
You can have an AI do it.
Yeah, you can have AI do it now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I cannot, like, even the AI take too long, right? I cannot just, like, even me typing the prompt, right? And then, like, you have to ask a few times, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't plan in advance where the game's gonna go. So, Arun asked if you only doing a one shot. What's wrong with spending the entire time just hanging out talking? If you're in character, then you're role playing. I would say yes.
My dinner with Andre.
But you would do that once, and then you've done it, right? It's not something that is so interesting.
It's not. I mean,
if it's interesting characters doing interesting things,
yeah,
sure, why not?
Yeah.
Well, how can it be interesting if all you're doing is talking?
Depends what they're talking about.
Yeah,
talk about interesting things. Don't talk about the weather.
Yeah.
Well, you're expected. There is expected to be some action when things are happening. Like drama is Greek for action. There's something needs to happen. There needs to be some
it could be
resolution.
it could end up being that one of the characters is being tortured. The other character is asking them, "How many lights do you see?"
Okay, that's not a conversation. That's
yeah.
What if it's what if you're
you're trying to get information from somebody?
You just sit hanging out talk, anyways.
I don't know. You're doing something like to kill a mockingbird, right?
Yeah.
You're like deliberating in a jury room, and
yeah,
you're
the
trying
12
to
Angry Men or something, or
12 Angry Men.
Oh, that's different.
Well, that would be that. Like just play hanging out and talking.
You're
right?
on Apollo.
I guess you're not just hanging out. You just say you're talking, right? But it's something needs to be done. There's something to be. There need to be some objective. There need to be some conflict.
You're on Apollo 13, and you don't know if you're going to make it back to Earth or not. When you're just going around the moon and trying to manually aim the thing back at Earth, and wait 3 days. You have 3 days to find out if you got back to Earth or not.
Jeez.
You could talk. Presumably, something like hooking up or making a friendship is much a role play. Like something can be like technically role play, but still be boring, right? It's like role play is not like the only thing we care about. We want to have like interesting story, right?
Yeah.
Well, some people when they hear role play, they think it's just acting and talking in voices and stuff.
Yes, and they make this dichotomy like, the session was great. So like there was no combat, it was all role play. I say, well,
what was it interesting?
But that doesn't follow as either, right? Just like you can have like even if like there's combat, it should still be all role play. Like combat is at the end of role play.
Use the dice sparingly when it's like super important, or something interesting will happen, no matter which way the die rolls.
Now, there was a question I got to ask: Is these games art or an artistic medium or not? Because
artistic or autistic?
It's an artistic medium for soul.
Yeah, for sure.
Is it an artistic medium?
It's a hobby for nerds.
That's a question. Like that's a big question because it's just like
I'm not saying nerds are autistic. Nerds are nerds.
Yeah, it's what is art?
Art is I don't know. Art is a craft that recreates reality to display the meaning of the thing depicted by the artist. Like, I don't think this is a very complicated question. It's a craft that shows the meaning the artist put into it. That's what I think art is.
I think there's also need to be like for me, like art also need to be the primary motive must not be profit. That's a big part of it.
Well, if you buy an RPG, chances are you're buying it because of the artwork in it.
Is it art though?
The mechanics are crap, but the artwork is sensational.
I honestly have a rule. I just ignore the art in every RPG.
What's that?
I ignore the art when I buy an RPG on purpose because the art and the content, there's nothing. They're not connected. Like they're two different things. It's like. What did you think of the movie? Megan Fox is really hot. I'm like, what does that have to do with the movie? Like, you could have cast an ugly girl as Megan Fox, and it would be the same movie in essence.
Yeah, who was the girl in The Deep?
What?
1978. There was a movie called The Deep. It was Nick Nolte and the hot chick. What was her name? Anyway, it's Wet T-shirt. The whole movie is Wet T-shirt. That's all anyone talked about. It was running against Star Wars, I think, for Academy Awards. Anyway.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The movie called The Deep. No one saw it.
Movie set.
Oh.
Yeah,
our own safely establish a tell or a sign in session 0 that could work for that's what we're talking about. Like, you do like one round, you go around, and everybody just do like a meaningless anchoring stuff. Then we know that the scene is done, right? And we can move it's like a seamless play, like our poker. People just tap the table instead of like sitting. Yeah, but that's basically like what with those meaningless and those throwaway anchoring. That's what it is, right? That's our tale, like saying like I don't have anything to contribute, skip me. And then if everybody does that, then okay, then we just arrive where we're going in the car. And this is something also like, yes, you can be established in session 0, but it's also something that when you play with a group enough, you get to know each other and you get better at it. And you get to read, now you get the feeling like, oh, okay, he's just like, that's what he's doing now, right? And then thing gets much more seamless. Yeah. But anything else to add to that about in session, like doing tell? Like I'm trying to wrap up, and you're always like going on tangent.
I'll try to reply to the chat quick instead of taking us off tangents and things.
I'll try and reply quick too.
Yeah, and also like want to do a wrap up of the conclusion that we came tonight that are relevant to the topic, so people can skip
it's 5 hours.
Before it's 5 hour, man. Yeah, fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm skipping some because.
How many of those are you gonna eat?
Yeah, you're gonna eat the whole box.
The whole box.
How many calories?
There's not a lot left. Also,
if they were salted, you'd be dying by now.
You can just salt them. Like you can just put salt on them, but they don't know why.
You do whatever. You put pizza spread on it.
It doesn't. It's really bad. It's really bad if you do it because the pizza spread makes it. We got questions to answer.
Well, I think people like I guess like stop talking to us and start talking to each other because of we didn't reply on the comments fast enough. Now we're like hours behind, so it's ridiculous.
Well,
I'm just going too fast.
Pick the genius questions.
Yeah, there's none.
There's no genius questions.
No.
Our audience already knows how to roleplay then.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. But so
your cat
what's the
is
big
lapping.
point that we you want some attention or some food probably. Yeah. So what did we figure out about like traveling and in wilderness traversal and survival?
Well, what's the thing first you have to have a reason for going somewhere. Like, is that important?
Mm-hmm.
Or is the interruption in travel the thing that's going to happen?
Yeah. Is that what your session is about? Yeah. Don't make your session about that if your session wasn't to be about that, right?
If you're going down a hallway, is the session about the stupid door you can't open?
Yeah.
Or is the whole point is to just get through this tunnel to what's on the other side?
Yeah.
And not
it's fine.
Ignore the door.
So if you're just like if you're traveling from one city
explore
to the next,
every room.
Like if you're traveling from one city to the next and nothing is to happen, you can have like one thing happen, but don't like make it like because at some point like the players want to go somewhere, let them arrive somewhere. That's important. So know when your session is not about like we're in Portland and we need to go to Eugene. Like, all right. You might have like you're driving there. We might do like one scene during the road.
They both have the same Taco Bell and the McDonald's and Burger King.
Yeah, they all made with the same plan.
They all have the same strip malls, same corporate fast food.
But you get what I mean? Like you're just like you're there. You're driving there.
You drive 60 miles and you haven't gone anywhere.
Yeah, because you have a reason. You have a reason to go there. So we'll make you be there so you can do what you're trying to do, right?
Yeah,
that's fine.
Or the important thing is the game doesn't start until you get to the destination.
That could also be the solution.
The game starts with you guys waking up and getting on a road trip together.
Yeah. You arrive, or you're just arriving from Portland to Eugene, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why I picked those two cities. Anyway, if you're walking there because you're in a post-apocalyptic USA and stuff and whatever, right?
It's a campaign then.
then that's what the game is about, right? So now the game's about the traversal, and
Book of
now you
Eli.
go into those things, or the road.
It's about taking a MacGuffin somewhere.
Yeah, well, it's the Bible.
Yeah,
The
Not
road.
just any Bible.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil the whole movie.
It has invisible ink.
Exactly.
I wonder what translation was he taking.
Do they? Oh, well, when she recites it, doesn't she say what if it's King James or not, or what?
I assume it was probably King James.
Oh,
I don't like King James.
You don't like King James?
These and thous.
Who talks
like that?
But movies like it because of that. It sound like special. So if that's what you want to do, like a game, like that's a game about like the wilderness traversal. That's a game about the survival and stuff like that. That can be interesting. I think rolling on chart on table can have its place. I would use them mostly for inspiration because I find that if everything it can make things feel too random, and then like it just get in the way more than it adds something, and
Is
something
your
doesn't
cat
feel
real?
deserved. Yes, why? You think it's an AI cat?
No, every time your cat walks by, your Wi-Fi seems to mess up.
My Wi-Fi?
Yeah.
I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm
Okay.
wired. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm wired.
Never mind then.
But what else I was about to say?
You sure it's
Xcrawl.
real?
Xcrawl are not the solution. No, I just use a Sharpie every time before I go. You asked if the shirt was real?
No, are you sure? Are you sure the cat's
Oh
real?
yeah, sure. Oh yeah.
Actually, every cat.
It is.
Hmm.
Yeah. If Xcrawl are not the solution because they take you out of character and you wouldn't know what's happening unless your character has a map or stuff like that, right? Which is also somewhat boring. But you have a map. What else did we come? What else we talk about that was relevant to the topic?
Dwarven City? You go to a Dwarven City?
Yeah, that's kind of a tangent. Traveling in city. Don't
City
describe
travel,
everything.
yeah, city travel. You said
Or how do you
you
know
don't
if you're
have to be
lost or not?
specific about the city. They're just districts, and that's about it.
How to survive. We talked about how to survive, I think.
How to survive. How to make it interesting in a role-playing game. Oh yeah, the other big thing. Like I would say, don't be afraid to make the turn take like cover more time, more in-game time, because thing goes slow in survival and traversal, and make exhaustion matter. And that can be on the player decided, like if you have a good player.
Yeah, I let the players do that because they should know more about their characters than I do.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make them track fatigue or roll for fatigue.
Yeah.
Because I'm just doing a one shot,
And
we're probably not going to even heal during the game.
Yeah. And don't throw too much, I would say, as well. When you do the traversal, like when you're in the woods and stuff like that, stuff can happen, but stuff don't happen all the time, right?
Yeah.
If you always like,
random
now
encounter.
this happened and this happened and this, at some point you just become like, you get like, it's something like, players can get random encounter fatigue pretty fast.
What else happens? Skip.
Yeah.
And a headless horseman comes at you with an axe. Skip.
Yeah.
They don't feel like doing a 2-hour combat session.
If you want to make encounter happen, I would say try to make them link to a choice that the player made.
Yes.
So the player can feel that he put himself in that situation, or he put his character himself in that
They can
situation.
identify, like, why is my character even here? Why is my character in this dungeon? I'm not even a dungeon delver. I'm a mage. I should be in my tower doing spells. Why am I with you losers in this dungeon?
There's a simple solution. You're here because it's part of your research.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's not, that makes
this dungeon has been in the same neighborhood since I've been born here. I'm finally now get to go in the dungeon.
It has something that could be relevant to your research. Like it's like every time archaeologist makes a tiny little discovery of, I don't know, a single letter on something like the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's big news. Imagine what happens if they discover like an entire new source material that could be completely new text of an author, whatever. Like, it makes sense, trust me.
All right, I want to wrap up, guys.
I have to go.
Me too.
I have to go eat.
Yeah, I need to go. I need to go sleep, and I still need to walk my dog and feed my cats.
Okay.
I gotta prepare for a flight.
Where are you going? Oh, you're going back home, you said.
Yeah, I'm going back home because my dad has a birthday.
It's daytime.
Oh, okay. What?
You can't show us. You have a brick wall.
Yeah. Look at that. Nice brick wall.
No, it's daytime, but
the light comes through the brick.
I'm used to working nights, and I'm kind of staying up late so I can be more alert when I have to.
It's nighttime there.
Flights. It's 7 a.m.
Well,
that's not nighttime.
Yep.
Enjoy your trip.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for Shonor and Leo for joining me, and thank you for people in chat. This is on Alar. I think he's the only one now like still hanging around. Maybe Tottenham is this. I don't know. But
I'll see you guys later. I gotta go.
Yeah, maybe I'll try to take care, Sean. Maybe I'll try to make a shorter video of that, like what I gather my idea, and make like a 5-minute video about that topic, because I don't feel like we went. I guess I don't know. We're hello, Tottenham is this? Yeah, we're just hanging out, right? That's the thing. Throwing the idea together. All right.
Was fun.
Well, thank you for joining.
Thanks
see you
for
next
having
time,
me.
man.
Bye. See you around. Bye bye.
Oh, I need to do the end stream. I almost forgot. Bye.
Bye bye.